in charge. We continue to believe that the hearts of our lawmakers are in your hands, and you turn their plans as you desire. We continue to believe that in everything, you are working for the good of those who love you, and that your purposes will prevail. And Lord, we pause to thank you for the life and legacy of Senator Dianne Feinstein. May her death teach us to number our days, that we may have hearts of wisdom. Have your way, Lord. Have your way. You are the potter. We are the clay. We pray in your loving name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. The majority leader is recognized.
I ask that the Senate observe a moment of silence in honor of Senator Dianne Feinstein. Madam President.
Majority leader.
Madam President, first woman President pro tem of the United States Senate. Earlier this morning, we lost a giant in the Senate. Senator Dianne Feinstein was one of the most amazing people who ever graced the Senate, who ever graced the country. She had so many amazing, wonderful qualities wrapped up in one incredible human being. She was smart. She was strong. She was brave. She was compassionate. But maybe the trait that stood out most of all was her amazing integrity. Her integrity was a diamond. Her integrity shone like a beacon across the Senate and across the country for all to see and hopefully emulate. Dianne Feinstein would typically say, when you asked her how was she voting on something, "Let me study this issue before taking a position. Let me go home and read on it." And when she came back, if she believed the cause or the vote was right and vital to many issues she cared about, she not only voted for it, there was no stopping her in getting it done. She would take on any force, any special interest, any opponent with relentless integrity, and would wear those opponents down until she succeeded. Again, her integrity just shone through them, and she won, and she won, and she won, and each time made the country a better place. I saw this up close when she passed the assault weapons ban, a passion of hers after what happened to her in California. The NRA was a relentless, often mean-spirited and chauvinistic foe. They oozed vitriol against her. But they didn't scare her, they didn't stop her, and they failed against her. Like most of her opponents, they failed against her. Her perseverance, her strength, and most of all, her integrity shone through. I was privileged to carry the bill in the House after she had passed it in the Senate. She guided me every step of the way, and her strength and her integrity strengthened all of us who were fighting that uphill fight. And as we went through that bill, it became clear to me, Dianne Feinstein is not like the others. She's in a class of her own. Of course, it wasn't just the assault weapons ban she fought for. Her accomplishments also included championing the Violence Against Women Act, protecting oversight authority during the investigation into U.S. torture, fighting for climate justice, fighting for marriage equality, fighting for reproductive justice. The list goes on and on. As chair of the Intelligence Committee, Dianne fought for what was right, even if it was hard and difficult and took months and years to dig in and find out what actually went wrong. She never stopped. She took on the CIA and asserted Congress's oversight authority during the investigation into United States use of torture. And through all of her accomplishments, this one and all the others, she always displayed the quintessential grace and strength. None of these sons of guns against her ever rattled her. I remember a few years back when a particularly nasty senator tried to put Senator Feinstein down in a condescending, many would say chauvinistic way. She reacted not defensively, but with strength and poise and integrity. And within 3 minutes, she put this colleague in his place. And by the end of it, everyone in the room on both sides of the aisle was smiling. That was Dianne to a T. Powerful, prepared, unflappable. She had to be. Whenever she did something, she was often the first to do it. She was elected as the first woman president of the San Francisco Board of Supervisors, the first woman to serve as mayor of San Francisco, the first woman to serve as U.S. Senator for California, the first woman to chair both the Senate Rules and Intelligence Committees, the first woman member of the Senate Judiciary Committee, and the list goes on and on and on and on. Our nation will be forever thankful to Senator Feinstein for the accomplishments she fought for. I, too, am personally indebted to Dianne, not just as a colleague, which of course I am in so many ways as a colleague, but as a friend and as a father of 2 daughters. Dianne's work extended far beyond the United States Senate floor, as she gave a voice, a platform, and a leader to women throughout the country for decades. Dianne didn't just push down doors that were closed for women. She held them open for generations of women after her to follow her. She gave a voice, a platform, a model for women across the country who aspire to roles in leadership, in public service, who want to leave their own mark on the world, who want to make this country a better place for others. Today, there are 25 women serving in this chamber, and every one of them would admit they stand on Dianne's shoulders. So Dianne's impact extended far beyond the Senate floor and far beyond politics itself. So today, we grieve. We look at that desk, and we know what we have lost. But we also give thanks. Thanks to someone so rarefied, so brave, so graceful a presence served in this chamber that someone like that served in this chamber for so many years. In closing, let me just say this. The sign of a leader is someone who dedicates the whole of their spirit for a cause greater than themselves. The sign of a hero is someone who fights for others, who endures for others, no matter the cost, no matter the odds. And the sign of a friend is someone who stands by your side to fight the good fight on the good days and on the bad. Dianne Feinstein was all of this and more. A friend, a hero for so many, a leader who changed the nation, a leader who changed the nature of the Senate and who changed the fabric of the nation, America, for the better. As the nation mourns this tremendous loss, we're comforted in knowing how many mountains Dianne moved, how many lives she impacted, how many glass ceilings she shattered along the way. America is a better place because of Senator Dianne Feinstein. Today I join with my colleagues in mourning our beloved friend and colleague. Yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The Republican leader.
You know how we all refer to each other as my friend from whatever state it is. Honestly, frequently that's not true. But Elaine and I were actual friends of Dick and Dianne. Elaine served on a corporate board with Dick for a number of years. When they were in town together, we would frequently have dinner together. Elaine and I got married shortly after the '92 election. And I remember that Dianne gave us a small depiction of the Capitol. I looked at it this morning because it's still on the wall and remembered our dear colleague as a truly remarkable individual. As the Majority Leader has pointed out, she was an incredibly effective person at every line, at every level, and she was at all of those levels on the way to the Senate. Those of us who were fortunate to call Dianne our colleague can say we served alongside the longest-serving female senator in American history. Dianne was a trailblazer in her beloved home state of California, and our entire nation are better for her dogged advocacy and diligent service. Over the past 3 decades, the senior senator from California was also the steady hand leading sensitive and consequential work as head of the Intelligence Committee and the Judiciary Committee. Her name became synonymous with advocacy for women and with issues from water infrastructure to counter drug efforts. Of course, the first woman to lead her hometown's Board of Supervisors and then govern as mayor was making history and making a difference long before she came to the Senate. And as much as this institution and the American people will remember Dianne's devoted public service, as I indicated earlier, Elaine and I will also remember and cherish a friendship of 30 years we were fortunate to share with Dianne and Dick. So today I know the entire Senate family is gathering around Senator Feinstein's loyal staff. Our thoughts and prayers are with Dianne's daughter, Catherine, her granddaughter, Eileen, the entire Feinstein family, and with all who mourn our dear colleague and friend.
Bill to the Senate Pro Tem President, I'd like to acknowledge Diane's daughter, Catherine, with Speaker Pelosi in the gallery.
Mr. President.
The President Pro Tem.
Mr. President, yesterday, the senior senator from California came onto the floor through those doors to do her job. She voted. She voted to make sure that our country would continue to move forward and not shut down. That was Diane. She did her job every day. She cared about her country. She cared about her state. She cared about doing a job, no matter how tough it is, for the future of America. And she did it with dignity and respect every single minute. Today, you will hear accolades from across the country, lists of legislative accomplishments from her early days all the way through her career. What I just want to say today, it is a true loss to America. It is a loss to her family. My heart is with you. It is a loss to her colleagues from California who have served with her and know her as I do, as a tower of strength. To our colleagues on the floor who have worked with her on a laundry list of legislation that you will hear about, and it's way too long to list today. But to her constituents, you need to know we depended on her just as you did. And she was here every day to fight for you, no matter what. She fought for women. She fought for those who were victims of gun violence. She fought for foreign policy that was remote to most people, but she knew every detail. And when Diane spoke, the rest of us stopped and we listened. Mr. President, she was a friend. I was sworn into office just a few weeks after she was, and she was always there for us in matters big and small, in matters of our country, in matters of policy, and always as a friend. To those of you who don't know, she was the most generous senator I have ever known. I remember one time when I noticed that her purse was really nice, and I said, Diane, that purse, it's beautiful. 2 days later, I got one delivered to my door. That was Diane. She saw people. She knew people. She saw that she could be someone that we all needed, and she saw that she could be there when she was needed, and she was there. Mr. President, I will have more to say about my friend of more than 30 years over the next few days, and I'm sure you will hear so much today. But Mr. President, I'm so sorry I didn't hug her when she went back out that door yesterday. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
President,
The senior senator from Maine.
I rise with great sadness today to honor my friend and our colleague, Senator Dianne Feinstein. She was a pioneer and a strong and dignified leader. Dianne, who was the longest-serving woman in the Senate history, had a career marked by many firsts. First woman to serve as mayor of San Francisco. First woman senator to represent California. First woman to serve as the chair of the Senate Intelligence Committee, and the first woman to serve on the Senate Judiciary Committee. Dianne was such a strong presence in the Senate. She was a determined and tenacious advocate. Many of us worked closely with her on the Intelligence Committee, where she was such an excellent chairman. She was always fair, respectful, informed, and strong. We worked together on the Appropriations Committee as well, where she chairs, chaired the Energy and Water Subcommittee. Many of us were her allies on the Violence Against Women Act and the Respect for Marriage Act. The Senate and the country has lost a model senator, elegant, graceful, kind, compassionate, strong, informed, intelligent. Mr. President, I have also lost a dear friend. I have put up this watercolor painting that Diane did and gave me so many years ago. It has hung in my office ever since, and it will have a place of honor there always. Every time I would pass by, I would look at it and think about how talented Diane was in so many different areas. I treasure this painting. When I became engaged 11 years ago, it was Diane who sponsored a reception for me and my now husband, Tom Daffron, in her home in Washington. My story is very similar to that of the Republican leader. I was also reminded when I heard Senator Murray talk about Diane's generosity. At one point, one year, she bought seersucker suits for every woman who was serving in the Senate so that we could all participate in Seersucker Tuesday. That was Diane. She paid attention to the smallest details, to the largest issues that affected not only our country and the world. Most of all, Diane was such a role model for girls and women. She was a role model for us who came to the Senate after she began her storied tenure here. I will miss Diane terribly. My heart goes out to her family, and may she rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
The Majority Whip.
Mr. President, today we mourn the death of a trailblazer, my colleague and friend, Senator Dianne Feinstein. I have been privileged to have known Diane throughout her entire career in this chamber, and my entire time as well. She was my friend and seatmate on the Senate Judiciary Committee for over 20 years. When you're that close to someone, politically, day in, day out, week in, week out, you pick up on the things that mean the most to her. Certainly her family was the highest priority to her over all things. But her life experience created what we know as the legacy of Diane. How many times she told the story of serving on the Pardon and Parole Board for the state of California. Cases that she remembered in detail, that occurred decades ago, that stuck with her and inspired her when it came to her service on the Senate Judiciary Committee. I think that situation also inspired her when it came to legislation where she was looking for fairness. We certainly all know her efforts in dealing with the Violence Against Women Act. That was an extraordinary effort by her on a bipartisan basis with Senator Murkowski, Senator Collins, Senator Ernst, Senator Patty Murray, and so many others. In addition to that, she recounted many, many times that terrible, unimaginable tragedy when the mayor of San Francisco was killed, along with Harvey Milk, a commissioner. And she was there at the bloody scene afterwards. She recounted that so many times in the midst of her debates over an assault weapons ban. Think about that assault weapons ban It is almost the holy grail in politics. So many people have said that's the one thing we absolutely have to do. It has to be done. She did it. She, along with Senator Schumer, who was then a House member, put together the bill that established an assault weapons ban and reduced the number of deaths in America by gunfire. They did it. And she was a leader, inspired by the terrible tragedy with Mayor Moscone. I can also remember there was a time years ago when we engaged in the debate in this chamber on stem cell science and biology. It was a complicated debate. Many of us liberal arts lawyers were lost as they went into the detail. Diane not only led that debate, she mastered the subject. And time and again in the caucus, when we would discuss it, she would be the one to stand up and straighten everyone out on the basics. She was a gifted person in that regard. But I do want to say there's one thing that Senator Collins noted that I noted many times. Members of the Senate in the committee hearings are given a notepad in front of them. The Senate Judiciary Committee is no exception, and a pencil nearby to make notes in the course of our business. Sitting next to Diane all those years, I can't tell you how many flowers I saw her draw on those notepads. I asked her for one time, she signed it, and I've kept it. But it's an indication of the sweetness and the elegance in her life, that on one hand she could be arguing the most serious life and death issues in the committee, but on the other hand show that kind of dignity and determination to bring the human side to the debate. She was one of the best, and I was honored to call her a friend. There were many times that she made the roll call in the Senate Judiciary Committee in the last year or two when I know it was an extraordinary sacrifice. She was going to show up because that was her responsibility. I respected her so much for that, and in a committee divided 11 to 10, I needed her, and she knew it, and she was there. She answered the call. She served California with such distinction. She often talked about her beloved Golden State, but we all know that she was also a treasure to the nation. Dianne Feinstein inspired many, particularly many women, to public service. She served California well, and she served our nation. It was my honor to serve with her. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senior senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, there will be many opportunities in the next few days and weeks following to reflect on the life and the contributions of Senator Dianne Feinstein. And as has been noted, the significant legislation that she advanced over 3 decades here, what that meant to her state, to her constituents, really to her country, but also to us. And as I think about the work that we all take on here, we know that we are capable of much, but we are made even more capable by extraordinary staff. And one of the things that I have noted over the years is the extremely loyal staff that Senator Feinstein had built around her. I know that they are grieving today, as is Diane's family, so many friends. But I think we acknowledge them at this same time of this very significant loss of not only a colleague, but of a friend. And I think it's important that people understand that here in the United States Senate, a place that can be so divisive at times, that true friendships actually exist. And whether it is the Republican leader and his wife over the years dining together, or as Senator Collins has stated, just the very generous nature of Senator Feinstein, sharing her works, sharing her art, sharing a purse. I still have that seersucker suit, and when we all engage in the annual ritual of donning the seersucker suit, mine is now 20 years old, I think yours is too, but our reality is it is just a direct reminder of the spontaneous generosity of a woman. Dianne Feinstein was generous, she was gracious, she was thoughtful, she was kind. There were many times when we were looking into a weekend when we were going to be here. And she being from California, me being from Alaska, recognizing that probably neither one of us was going to be making it to that other coast. And she said, Lisa, let's go to dinner. And sometimes we would just spontaneously make that happen, and other times we would just make the plans. But that was that outreach to do so. And what she did as one of the female leaders in our women's senators group was she made sure that the dinners that we have engaged in over the years, that those continued. And she'd come up and she said, isn't it about time we have another dinner? And she would be right, and we would organize it. And it was, again, yet a reminder of what it means to come together as colleagues, yes, but really the more that we can do to build those relationships that make a hard job just a little bit easier. And Diane was able to focus on that in a giving and, again, a very generous way. I think it pained us all. It certainly pained me in just these past months to see what I believed to be grossly unfair attacks on a woman who was in failing health. And I think for some who would focus on that, they would fail to appreciate what this extraordinary woman, what this extraordinary leader had contributed not only to the Senate, but again to her state and to her country. And so as we speak of the beauty of Dianne Feinstein and all that she gave to this country, I hope we reflect on the words that Senator Murray shared with us, that her commitment to this job, her commitment to the people was so much that she would put her physical health, how she was feeling. Some days we just don't feel like coming in, you know? Senator Feinstein was here. Senator Feinstein was with an institution that she cared about. She cared deeply about it. She wanted to make sure that we were the best of the best, and we reflected that. I think she'd actually be really pleased with the resolution about dress. I don't need to go into that on the floor. But Senator Feinstein was a woman who was put together in her presence, but in her bearing. And I think she wanted to see the Senate in a dignified and a respectful manner at all time. As I walked in this morning, I thought she probably wouldn't approve of my shoes, and I'm sorry, Diane. But I share this because I think it demonstrates, again, where the commitment of this woman was. It was to the people that she served, but it was also to an institution that she loved and she dignified with everything that she did, right until the end. We have lost an extraordinary woman, and we have lost a friend. But they never leave. They'll always be with us, as will Diane. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
The senator from California.
Before I begin, I also want to acknowledge others that are here in chambers to be part of this tribute, part of this moment, first of many over the coming days and weeks, no doubt. Senator Schumer acknowledged Speaker Emeritus Pelosi, my speaker, and Catherine in the gallery here. We do have a good amount of the California congressional delegation here as well, paying their respects. The Dean, Representative Lofgren, and so many friends from the north to the south, to the east and the west of the Golden State. Up in the gallery is also Team Feinstein, so many of the staff members that made sure the office was always performing at peak capacity, just the way Diane insisted. I know that personally, and I'll tell you why in a minute. But I think I speak on behalf of all of us when I say that it is with profound sadness that we bid farewell to my dear friend, colleague, an outright champion for the state of California, Senator Dianne Feinstein. As we've been hearing today, she was a towering figure. But let me be clear, she was a towering figure not just in modern California history, but in the history of our state and our nation. Yes, she broke barriers throughout her career. You've heard about that from Leader Schumer. How many firsts? Her leadership, though, as the city of San Francisco's first female mayor in the aftermath of the tragic assassination of Mayor George Moscone and Supervisor Harvey Milk, showcased her unique ability to lead with grace and strength in the face of adversity. And would it be her last time? Following her election to the Senate more than 3 decades ago, Diane's commitment to bipartisan collaboration made her a deeply respected figure on both sides of the aisle. And so my heart is full to hear the words of Senator Collins and Senator Murkowski and others. She understood the importance of working together to find common ground and to get things done for California, for the country, and most importantly, for the American people. Her ability to bridge divides and find that consensus, especially on the thorniest of issues, was a testament to her dedication to the principles of our democracy. And of the many attributes you're hearing about her today, that's the one that I've admired most and have worked my damnedest to try to emulate throughout my career, and especially here in the Senate. Now, long before being able to serve together here in the Senate, Diane gave me one of my first jobs in politics in her Los Angeles office. At a time early in my career when I was looking to make a difference for my community and for our state. It's in part thanks to her groundbreaking career that a Latino son of immigrants could one day not just work for her, but work alongside her to keep up the fight for the American dream. As we mourn Senator Feinstein's passing, we must also celebrate her incredible legacy, her contributions to our nation, from gun safety and environmental conservation to national security and healthcare reform, and so much more. Just as a reminder, not just the power of her example, but the power of public service. For Californians, so much of our public lands have been preserved thanks to her singular drive and leadership. From the redwoods of the headwaters and the San Francisco Bay, to Lake Tahoe, to the Southern California desert. We can go on, but it is clearly a tremendous impact she's had. She leaves behind a legacy of service, of leadership, and a deep love of our country and our democratic ideals. Senators have mentioned her grace, how she worked, how she carried herself. An example for us to follow. Although I'd be remiss if I didn't say there was an exception to that. And that is if you were one of her staff members that came into a meeting with her unprepared. You did not want to not have the answer to her question. She was classy, absolutely. We won't get into the debate about the dress code. And as Senator Murray said, she was absolutely generous. Now, I did not receive a seersucker suit. I was not here at the time. But for the decades of a relationship that we had, every time I came to Washington, I made it a point to reach out, at a minimum a call, a lot of times a quick meeting in her office, and I always came away with something. More often than not, it was a book. She has quite a library, right, her collection. Once upon a time, it was a Senate tie. But there was always something. And I, too, Senator Collins, have a watercolor. It's hanging at home in Los Angeles, my wife's favorite. So I don't have it here to display. What I do have, though, is a photo, as she said, from back in the day that she sent me just a year ago, periodically going through her files, her archives, a picture from San Francisco AIDS Walk in 1987, but personalized. No auto pen here, personal note from Senator Feinstein. The last story I'll share, which I do think is unique, another example of her generosity, is the day I was sworn into the Senate in 2021, under the most trying of circumstances. COVID, pre-vaccine, 2 weeks after January 6th. 40,000 National Guards women and men on the perimeter of a fenced-off Capitol complex. She honored me by escorting me down the center aisle to the rostrum, stood behind me as I was sworn in. Big day for me. Tough day not having Angela and my boys by my side. As soon as votes were over, session was over, she grabbed me by the hand and said, "Come with me." Sorry, not sorry to say, after I had interviews lined up, we marched right past reporters to her hideaway. Immediately wanted to continue the dialogue of, how can I help you? How can I help you? Mustered up a little bit of courage and said, "Diane, I love you, but I want to call my wife. I've just been sworn into the Senate." So I called my wife. Angela answers. We immediately start FaceTiming each other. We're by the window so we can make sure the signal doesn't drop. And my boys are there. And Diane says, "Give me the phone." I've just been sworn into the United States Senate, and I'm watching Senator Feinstein FaceTime with my kids. So proud of your dad. When are you coming to Washington? I will buy you lunch. That was Diane Feinstein. May she rest in peace, and may her legacy continue to inspire us all. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I follow my colleague from California, and I believe he said it correctly. The legacy of Diane Feinstein. Our colleagues are in shock today, even though we knew Diane was ill, even though we knew she was 90 years old, even though we knew she was the longest serving woman senator. The fortitude that she showed and demonstrated was constant. Sitting here just a few months ago in all-night vote-a-rama sessions, when the youngest of us would want to crawl into our hideaways and sip coffee at 2 a.m., Diane was at her desk voting. At 90, she had the fortitude, as Senator Murray said, to vote just yesterday. I don't know if it was the steel that was cemented into her at that moment of the mayor's assassination, or the tragedy and cost of serving and knowing that you still had to move forward, no matter how disastrous the situation was. Diane moved forward. I am so blessed to have served with her, but I want people to know the nation has lost a legislative giant. Women have lost a hero, and the Senate has lost a true colleague. Now, those of us who are out here today know when we say the word true colleague, we mean like true collegial colleague. Sometimes we say the word with a little more disdain, like our frustrating colleague, or as Senator McConnell said, our good friend, when maybe in reality, it's hard to get those words out. But Diane was the epitome of what the Senate is losing. Let's just face it. Diane, one of her most famous phrases was, "I have to go home and read tonight." I'll bet you her family or her staff heard her say that, because she meant it. She meant, I don't know enough about this subject to go just spur off. I'm literally going to study and analyze and find out what it actually is all about. How many times did Diane stand up in caucus and say, I've been reading a lot about this subject, but I think we need to know a lot more. And she would communicate what she knew, and as many of my colleagues know, she was always asking questions. And for me, as a young member coming here more than 20 years ago, I was amazed and astounded at what I might call the polite pushiness of Dianne Feinstein. I don't know how she did it, but serving on the Judiciary Committee with her, and Dick will observe, when Diane's time ran out and somebody tried to cut in and debate her, Diane had this way of saying, Mr. Chairman, this is a really important point, and I just need to make this point. And the chairman would let Diane go on for another 5 minutes. And I thought, how does she pull this off? Well, I tell you how she pulled it off, because people knew she was serious about legislating. She was serious about working across the aisle, and probably in my early days here forged the greatest impression of what working across the aisle was really all about. There were times probably when I didn't even agree with her, but she had the cachet of a senator who could put a deal together with both sides. I saw her great work on the California Desert Protection Act, landmark legislation on protecting California. I saw it on the 2007 energy bill, where we raised CAFE standards for the first time in 25 years. Diane had a provision called 10 and 10. She just evangelized every minute of the day about why we needed higher fuel efficiency standards. She thought we could improve it 10 miles in 10 years, and she was right, and it became the basis of what that bill was. And she never let anybody off the hook during those negotiations. She made sure that we got that done. And I saw her work tirelessly, as my colleague, Senator Murkowski, may not have been here yet, but she worked with John Kyle on water legislation until the cows came home, okay? Because Arizona and California had real water issues, and Diane was forever adamant about trying to address this issue for the western part of the United States. So for me, I want to thank her family for your sacrifices, for sharing Diane with us, letting us have her as long as she was willing to serve, and for making it the dedication of her life. And yes, that personal side of her was also so sweet. You know, most of us doodle, but Diane doodled in masterpieces. And she was always inviting people to dinner, always doing those kind little things for us, which means that you really made the Senate a more human place. That's what she really did. She just made this a more human place by just giving a little time and attention to some of the needs of your colleagues. But what sweet blessings, what sweet stories. I want to honor Diane by remembering her great legacy and thanking all of those who were part of her lives, because for women, we didn't really know how to get all of this done here, you know, how hard you push, how loud you can be, how much you can just get in here and grind away sometimes. And Diane showed us that, yes, we could be trailblazers and do it, and that the results really, 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 really matter for people. So I hope that people will remember that legacy of her and the kindness that went along with it, and realize that this institution really does need to return to the ways of Dianne Feinstein. And if you're from California, you should be damn proud that your senator is going to go in the history books as a forerunner for so many other women and for policies and behavior that we should be amplifying. I thank the President, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Minnesota.
Mr. President, I first saw Diane, and I see people like the Speaker Emeritus and so many of her friends and family that knew her long before this, Senator Padilla, but 1992, the year of the woman, the national convention, my first national convention, young lawyer, and there she was on the stage with Senator Boxer, that groundbreaking year. And when I think of Diane, as I've heard from my colleagues, I think about the dignity she brought to this place, about how she would dig into every single issue, the independent thought, the trailblazing. She came into politics as a mayor in the most tragic of circumstances. She was a city council member, there's an assassination, and there she is thrust on the national stage. As Senator Padilla talked about, she always put California first. I remember at one point when we were debating, speaking out on a national election, and someone said something about having another candidate having been the mayor of a tough town. And I remember Diane saying, "You don't know what a tough town is until you're mayor of San Francisco." The way she would dig into the issues was probably my most memorable moment. She invited me to stay overnight at her house after an event, and I got up early in the morning, and she called me, summoned me into her room. She was sitting up, straight up, with these big fuzzy slippers on a Saturday morning, reading a 200-page bill, the Patent Reform Act, and started quizzing me on, we were both on the Judiciary Committee, at the time the only women on the Judiciary Committee, quizzing me on the details of that bill. That was Diane. She did her homework. She came into politics at a time when there weren't many women leaders. And the way that she achieved her goals and passed bills and did what she wanted was not because she was just they were going to just accept her as she was at that moment in time. It was the hard work, it was the relationships, it was the leaderships. And when I heard about the seersucker suit, I had the same experience. I'm brand new in the Senate, don't have much resources, and Diane calls to get my measurements. That actually happened, and got me one of those suits as well. When I talk to young women about them getting involved in politics these days, a lot of them shy away from it, and we still aren't where we're supposed to be with the numbers. And one of the reasons they give is the attacks. They can't handle the negativity. But when I think of Diane, she just kept her head high. I literally think of her posture. She kept her head high. She walked through every storm. Things would fall on the side, but she had a mission. And her mission would be whatever was her responsibility of that day, whether it was the Patent Reform Act, whether it was getting her groundbreaking report done on torture, whether it was the work she did in leading the historic legislation on the assault weapons ban. She kept her head up high, and she led. That was her instinct. No matter what happened in this place, no matter what clothes changed, no matter who changed, she always led, and we will miss her today.
President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I served beside Senator Feinstein on the Judiciary Committee my entire time here, and I worked closely with her on the Intelligence Committee during the time we overlapped there, and I'm honored to join my colleagues in participating in this remembrance to her. It's been said, I think, over and over again of her elegance, as Senator Collins said, of how put together she was, as Senator Murkowski said, of how gracious she was, as pretty much everyone has said. And her preparedness was another standout virtue in this body. I have heard her say, I am going home to read tonight. And serving with her on those committees, I saw over and over again the amount of work that she put herself and her staff through to make sure that she was well prepared. I never saw a member of this body better prepared than Senator Feinstein. But the characteristic that I most associate with her is bravery. Whether it was the bravery of throwing herself into California politics as a young woman at a time when not many women were doing that, or the way she bravely handled the murders at City Hall and her response to that, or whether she was willing to come here when women were few and break glass ceiling after glass ceiling after glass ceiling. But the place where I saw her bravery most was when we worked together on the Senate Intelligence Committee torture report. I was kind of Robin to her Batman in that effort. And I still remember her right about where Senator Murray now is, delivering her legendary speech that blew the cover off the CIA torture report. To get there, she had to get through massive counterattacks from the CIA on her and on our Intelligence Committee staff. She had to oppose the Bush administration that was pushing back against her from the very highest levels. And when the administration changed, she had to show the same bravery and the same resistance against pretty much equal pressure from the Obama administration to shut up and go away. Well, shut up and go away were not things that Senator Feinstein was willing to hear. And the moment that she spent on this Senate floor delivering that report was one of the moments that I'm proudest of in the time that I've been here in the Senate. Let me close by talking about her last weeks here, because I think you have to see those last weeks here in the context of her preparation, her determined effort to be as perfect as she could be, and her bravery. because it was not easy for her to come and do the work that she did in those last weeks. But she knew that we needed her. She knew that despite how difficult it was, despite the difficulty she would have in meeting her own standards of perfection, it would have been easy just to go. But she knew that we needed her. We would have lost our majority in the Judiciary Committee without her. And I view her last months and weeks in this body as the last episode of her long career of bravery. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
The senator from Hawaii.
over the next days and weeks and indeed months, we're going to hear a lot about our dear friend Dianne Feinstein, and I'm so glad that some of her friends from California and former Speaker Nancy Pelosi, her family, are here to just be with us in this first moments of our learning of her passing. And we all have stories to tell about Dianne, but when I joined, for example, the Intel committee, and she was chairing it, she said, Maisie, this is not a committee that you can just parachute in and not spend the time really learning about our intelligence community and all that. And I really took that to heart. I spent many, many hours on that committee, even though we could never talk about it. And then one of the earlier hearings in the Judiciary Committee, and I really marveled at this. It was a hearing that had to do with guns, and I always associate, of course, Dianne with her courageous fight to ban assault weapons. And one of the newer members of the Judiciary Committee, as I was, chose that hearing to lecture Dianne Feinstein about her advocacy on guns. And I thought this was so untoward against someone who had spent so much of her time fighting for gun safety. But she just said, I have not spent all these years on this committee to be lectured by you, which I thought was really quite tactful. But later she said to me, she took me aside and she said, do you think I was too mean? Do you think I should apologize? And all I could think of was, are you kidding? But that was Dianne Feinstein. She was old school. She was very kind. And I am wearing a scarf that she gave to me. And you've heard some of my other colleagues talk about if we admired something of her, she would give it to us. Well, this scarf she was wearing at that moment, I said, oh, that's such a lovely scarf. And she just took it off and gave it to me. I wear this scarf often. In fact, we had to be careful about admiring anything Dianne had because she would likely take it off and give it to us. But, you know, this is one of the things that I will always remember about Dianne Feinstein, her courage, her integrity, her commitment to public service, literally until the very, very end. Mr. President, I yield back.
Mr. President.
The senator from New Hampshire is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to offer my condolences to Dianne's family, to her colleagues from California, to the Speaker Emeritus, to my colleague, Senator Padilla, and to so many of our friends and colleagues who are watching today. I wanted to rise just because I'm one of the newer women in the United States Senate, and I wanted to acknowledge the difference that Dianne Feinstein's example and work has made for me, for my constituents, for our daughters and our granddaughters. When I came to the Senate, the bipartisan women's dinners were long established. I didn't have to think about how I would get to know my women colleagues and share experiences and learn the ropes from them because Dianne Feinstein and her other colleagues who were early pioneers in the Senate had already done some of that work for us. I didn't have to think about whether there was going to be a women's bathroom right off the floor that I could use just the way the men use their bathroom in quick moments because Dianne Feinstein and others had paved the way. I didn't have to think about whether I would be accepted in the same way that Dianne Feinstein had to, because she had already done that really difficult work of being that much better than everybody else to make sure that she never let women down and that she never let her constituents down. This morning, after Senator Murray called us and said we're all going to be on the floor, I was rushing to get ready. And to Senator Murkowski's point, I put on different shoes than I was planning to. They were shoes that Dianne had admired. She had the same pair. And she told me they were good ones to wear. I wore a scarf. It's not one Dianne gave me, but because I thought Dianne would think it would add a little something to my presence today. In the last few months of her service, Dianne graced us with her dignity and with her friendship. She had a way of sitting down next to me in caucus lunch and checking in. She knew I had some particular caregiving challenges at home, and she would always say to me, "Who's with Ben right now?" Ben is our son. How are things with the family? I'm not sure people really understand that women still have family responsibilities that aren't easily transferable. She wanted me always to know that we had made a lot of progress, but that there was still progress to make. And in her way of nudging us and being an example for us, she was reminding us that we still have work to do, and she was counting on us to do it. The last meeting that my senior senator and I had with Dianne about an issue that was really important to our state and we needed her vote on, she had been home in California recuperating, and she had just made it back to the Senate. And we went to meet with her in her hideaway, and I frankly didn't know what to expect. I didn't know how her health would be. She had a memo, wasn't a short one, that laid out the entire issue that we were there to talk to her about. She went through that memo several places, said, well, I read here that this is the case, and I read there that that is the case, and you both are telling me that you think I should vote in a particular way. We went back and forth about a couple of issues. We reinforced our arguments, our belief in why she should vote to support our position. She asked us questions. She knew her stuff. She had read the memo. And she said, for a number of reasons, and she laid them out, that she would vote with us. She had muscle memory that pulled her up to her full height. She had the intellectual discipline and memory to understand how to cut to the chase and make sure she understood the essence of the issue we were dealing with. And she was reminding us of what you're supposed to do to serve your constituents, your state, and your country as a United States Senator. May her memory, Mr. President, be a blessing. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from New York is recognized.
I want to thank Senator Patty Murray for bringing us all together today. It's a privilege to be on the floor of the U.S. Senate. It's a privilege to serve in the Senate. And it was a privilege to serve with someone as extraordinary as Senator Dianne Feinstein. People know me as a senator who cares deeply about women's rights, about LGBT equality, about children, families, safety, and anything that I've ever cared about, Dianne was fighting for long before I was ever in public service. When we talk about public servants who leave legacies, and when we talk about the giants on whose shoulders we stand, for me, that's Dianne. She was unlike any senator I met when I first got here in 2009. She had a really incredible combination of elegance, brilliance, stature, certainty, toughness, and kindness. When I first got to the U.S. Senate, I didn't know anything. I was appointed. I hadn't just run a long election where I was telling the constituents of New York why I wanted to serve and what my vision for the state was. I was really, really new. I'd been a House member for 2 years. Dianne asked me to lunch. She said, "How can I help you, Kirsten? What would be most useful for you, for me to do for you?" And I said, "Well, can you just tell me a little bit about what's it like to be a senator for a state of 60 million people? I have a state of 20 million people, so it's a lot, but I'd love to hear, how have you navigated the enormous job that you have?" And she just went through it. She took me step by step, everything that she did to manage her office. She would get a memo every week from her staff about where her legislation sat, what was happening, what were her bipartisan co-sponsors. She had a memo about how many calls her office had received, what the calls were about, what people wanted to talk to her about, what their concerns were. And that was extremely meaningful to me because she said, "I have a copy of this memo and I will give it to you. It's very confidential. It's just for me, for my staff, but perhaps you can use it to model what you need from your staff every week to know if your office is working well, to make sure all the things you need your staff to be doing are happening." It was just a small thing, but it was such a big thing to me at that time in my Senate career. And every step of the way, Dianne has always reached out. She's always said, just as you said, Maggie, "How are you doing? How are those boys of yours? Tell me how your struggle is. I never had to raise children while being a senator. Tell me how that is." She always cared. She always bothered. She always stopped. I've had many dinners with Dianne. We had dinners together with our spouses. She'd take me to her favorite restaurant in Georgetown. She would introduce me to her other favorite women who are public servants. And she always had something meaningful to talk about, a challenge, an issue, a crisis. One of the first dinners, she wanted to talk about how the military was using nuclear weapons in a much more strategic way and changing the entire framework of what nuclear defense meant. She had that conversation with me and the then chairwoman of Armed Services, of one of the key subcommittees in the House. She always asked, "What do you think? How are you going to challenge that problem?" Our most recent meeting was a glass of wine in her hideaway a week ago. We talked about what issues could we work on together. We agreed two of the biggest issues facing her state and my state were homelessness and affordable housing. and we decided we would start working on legislation together. She didn't stop working when she was here just because she had health issues. She never stopped being insightful in the Intelligence Committee, asking the right question at the right time. Diane's legacy is extraordinary. She's an icon for women's politics, first female mayor of San Francisco, first of the 2 women ever elected to Senate in California. There'll be a lot of speeches about her. And so I'm not going to talk about just her bio. But one of the areas where she really was a role model for me was in LGBTQ rights. She became a champion in the 60s. Sadly, she found Harvey Milk's body after he was assassinated. But she channeled that tragedy into her public service and made sure that while she was mayor of San Francisco, that she made a difference for that community in her city and in her state. During the AIDS epidemic, she helped create the global standard for AIDS health in San Francisco. When she ran for California governor and became the first woman in her state to win a major party's gubernatorial nomination, despite losing that race, she went on to run for Senate to win. And we've seen her champion all those issues for same-sex marriage, reproductive rights. She helped pass the first assault weapons ban to keep our community safe. These are all issues that I've always cared about and built on her record. If she didn't fight for those things, we wouldn't have been able to repeal Don't Ask, Don't Tell. We wouldn't have been able to make sure transgender service members can serve still in the US military. Without her hard work, we would not have been able to guarantee marriage equality at the US Supreme Court. This body is less because Diane's not here. That grace, that courage, that keen intelligence, she will be missed by me, by all our colleagues. I brought the last gift Diane gave to me. Beautiful pencil drawing, again, just part of her kindness. And I'm wearing Dianne Feinstein's famous red lipstick. I yield the floor.
President.
Senator from Nevada is recognized.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent that I be able to display this poster today on the floor.
Without objection.
Mr. President, like so many this morning, I rise to mourn the loss of a true champion in the United States Senate. Diane was one of the kindest, most thoughtful people that I have had the pleasure to know. When I first got to the Senate, and I've heard some of my colleagues this morning talk about as new senators, she was so gracious. As a new senator, she would invite me to dinner with colleagues, and she was such a lady and so professional and so elegant. Every time you went to dinner with Diane, you can be guaranteed that she would have a little set of flowers for you in your place at the restaurant, and then she would have a little parting gift for you, whether it was like a little coin purse or something to show just truly who she was. And I've heard this morning from my colleagues, similarly, the stories of Diane's kindness and her respect for others. She was a fighter her whole life, leading on so many important issues. In the coming days and weeks and months and years, as people around the world really honor Diane's memory, many will speak to her leadership, and rightfully so, on women's rights and foreign affairs. But I want to take the time to highlight a place where Diane did so much, and most people don't know unless you're a part of Team Tahoe. Diane loved Lake Tahoe. Lake Tahoe is the beautiful, pristine alpine lake that both Nevada and California share. And in 1997, Diane and then Senator Harry Reid got together, passed legislation to protect this pristine lake. And since that time, once a year, Diane has been instrumental in bringing people around the lake together to address the needs for Lake Tahoe. That was all Diane. So when I first got to the Senate in 1997, one of the first things we talked about, she pulled me aside and said, "We're going to have the Tahoe Summit this year. I hope you're there, and I hope that you will be there always to support Tahoe." And I said, "Diane, I grew up around this lake. First time I was there was when I was 18 years old. My mother grew up around this lake. We loved Lake Tahoe in Nevada, and you can guarantee that I will always be there for it." And if you sat and talked to Diane, the first thing you will hear her talk about in Lake Tahoe are her memories. Her memories of riding her bike as a young girl around the lake. Her memories of times when she was there with her family, having the opportunity to enjoy this incredible Lake Tahoe. So I couldn't pass this day without recognizing, of course, all of the incredible things Diane has done. But what most people don't know, unless you're part of Nevada and California, is the hard work that she has done around this lake for the people who live there, for the people who cherish this lake, for the tourists that come there every single day. And it's not just the work that she's done here in the Senate. And this is 2017. This is the first opportunity that I had as a young senator to join Diane. And as you can see, Diane was hosting it that summer, the Lake Tahoe Summit. But Diane had this ability not only to have the summit once a year to talk about how we protect this lake, but she brought together incredible stakeholders and experts around the lake, people who lived there, people who worked in our states, to address not just the quality of the lake and the pristineness to protect it, but everything else around it, from the transportation side to the wildfires that were happening to the environment. And she had a luncheon, a regular luncheon after the Tahoe Summit to talk about how we continue that work together. And because of Diane's prestige, she had the ability to bring incredible speakers to the Tahoe Summit once a year. First, President Clinton, then one time President Obama. Just recently, we had our former Speaker Emeritus Nancy Pelosi speaking. We had one of our incredible senators, Chairwoman of Energy and Natural Resources at the time, Lisa Murkowski, because it was about how we work across party lines to really focus on protecting for everyone who wants to enjoy this Lake Tahoe. She was a true champion, and she will be missed. And on behalf of Team Tahoe, which is what she coined it, Diane never took credit for anything she did around this lake. Even though people wanted to recognize her and show that support, she never took the credit. She said, this is about a team. This is Team Tahoe. This is what we do together. This is how we work together. And this is the legacy of her work in the United States Senate, carried forward right here in Lake Tahoe. So, to Diane, to her family, her incredible family, to everyone on Team Tahoe, we will miss Diane Feinstein. She will always be a part of the work that we do. Her legacy will live on, not just around Tahoe, but so many other areas, as we have talked about today. But I am going to miss her. I am going to miss the opportunity to sit with her at lunch and talk about what we still need to do to fight to protect this incredible, pristine lake. Thank you, Diane, for your service. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of H.R. 3935, which the clerk will report.
Calendar number 211, H.R. 3935, an act to amend Title 49, United States Code, and so forth, and for other purposes.
Mr. President.
The senator from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and we are not in a quorum call, correct?
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. I join my colleagues on the floor this morning to pay tribute to Senator Feinstein and to remember her warmth, her generosity, her kindness, and the way she really loved to elevate women. It didn't matter what your party was. It didn't matter where you came from. When you achieved, she loved to recognize that. And as I came to the Senate from the House, and being the first female from Tennessee to serve in the U.S. Senate, she talked about the likeness of that experience for her as breaking barriers and being the first mayor, female mayor of San Francisco, and being the first woman from California to hold a seat in the U.S. Senate. So I always appreciated that she pushed forward with elevating women and encouraging women. And of course, as we all know, she loved to gather the women of the Senate together for dinner or for a photo to make certain that we recorded our gains here in the Senate and that we had a place to share our stories of what we were experiencing, because we all know there were times that she had incurred different unkind words from people who thought that she should not be in that position. So we appreciated that of her. I really enjoyed the opportunity to work with her at Senate Judiciary Committee. And she and I spent quite a bit of time working on issues that pertain to our nation's creative community. This was a community that she truly celebrated. She loved the fact that people could create a song out of a thought or a few words that they heard. And we worked together to protect those rights of entertainers and to make certain that as we worked on the HITS Act, as we worked on intellectual property issues, that our innovators and our creators were going to have that constitutional right protected to benefit from those creations. We all know, and I know many of my colleagues have mentioned today, her fondness for the Senate and for the institution. We will remember that as we wish her family well and wish them protection during this time of loss and sadness. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
The senator from Delaware is recognized.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that proceedings under the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I come to the floor this morning to reflect on and remember a dear friend and colleague, someone who served this nation in this body for 30 years, someone who's already been remembered by many others as a trailblazer, someone who left a lasting mark on this Senate, on her state of California, on our nation. When I first came to this Senate now 13 years ago, Senator Feinstein was someone whose career I had long followed and long admired. She was elected to this body when I was a law student in the year of the woman, when following a contentious hearing, there was a concerted effort made to recruit some of the strongest, most capable potential candidates to join this body, and Senator Feinstein was certainly among those incredible leaders. I had the honor, the blessing of being in small rooms in negotiations with her within my first few years, and saw behind the scenes what anyone who followed her publicly got to know about Senator Feinstein. She was tough. She was fierce. She was determined. She was prepared. She had always done the reading. She studied the details of every bill, every piece of legislation, everything we voted on. When I had the chance to join the Appropriations Committee, and I approached her once here on the floor to ask her consent to amend the Energy and Water Appropriations Subcommittee bill, she was floor managing. She turned, stopped, and said, "Are you asking my permission to file an amendment to my bill?" And somewhat haltingly, being still a very junior senator, I said, yes, ma'am, that is exactly what I'm doing. And she smiled and laughed and said, "Oh, aren't you nice?" And I said, "Doesn't every senator ask your permission before they attempt to amend your bill?" She goes, "No, they no longer do, but they should." She was always dressed to the nines. She was always gracious and dignified. She exuded a quiet power that in critical moments in the history of this institution and our nation, our country and world got to see. As the chair of the Intelligence Committee, determined to make public a tectonic struggle between this body and its role and the history of interrogation techniques that she and many of us concluded were inappropriate and broke the boundaries, determined to defend the prerogatives of the Senate, even in a very difficult and charged environment. Given her early experience in San Francisco and the tragedy that brought her from council president to mayor, she was a focused, persistent, effective advocate for gun safety. My friend and predecessor in this seat, now our president, President Joe Biden, served alongside Senator Feinstein for many, many years. And together, they worked hard to advance the Violence Against Women Act, the assault weapons ban, and dozens of other pieces of important legislation to help make our country more equitable, more inclusive, safer, and more just. I was reflecting this morning when I got the hard news about Diane's passing last night. On the very first time I met her, I was a young man. I was just a year out of law school, and I was living and working in New York City for the I Have a Dream Foundation. And I happened to have a car. And a friend who I think was working for Mayor Dinkins called and asked if I would drive out to Teterboro Airport and pick up Senator Feinstein of California. I couldn't believe my luck, as a young man in his early 20s, to get a chance to speak for even a moment or two to a U.S. senator. Well, I drove out there and was sure to be on time and waited diligently, and had been told by some of the campaign staff to not expect that she would even speak to me. She insisted on sitting in the front seat next to me, and we chatted for almost an hour and a half as we made our way back into downtown Manhattan in heavy traffic. And I had the chance to listen to then new Senator Feinstein talk about her experience as mayor, make observations about how the city of New York was being run and what the issues were, and then to ask her a few questions about public service, about what motivated her, about why she worked so hard. As a very young man, that experience, that conversation stayed with me for years. And when I first came to this body and had a chance to sit near her on this floor and to serve down the dais from her on judiciary, I approached and repeated that story. And she said, young man, what I want you to remember is that every time you have a chance, whether with a page or an intern, with a campaign volunteer, you also have the opportunity and the obligation to remind them who we serve and why we serve. Senator Feinstein was a giant here. She showed what public service means. She was determined, she was capable, she was dedicated. Her last vote was yesterday. And I cannot imagine the loss that her family and staff are feeling, the enormous gap this will leave for the state of California and for this institution today and into the future, as we mourn the passing of this incredible trailblazer, and as we prayerfully reflect on her incredible legacy. Thank you, Diane, for your decades of loyal and loving service to this, our great nation. Thank you, Mr. President. With that, I suggest the absence of a quorum.
We'll call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Present.
Time agreement over here, so, yeah. Senator from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. I ask that the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
And that I be permitted to complete my remarks prior to the scheduled vote.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I join my colleagues in mourning the passing of a great and good colleague. Someone we knew not only as a fellow worker here and a colleague, but also as a friend. Every one of us had a personal connection to Dianne Feinstein. She had no enemies. She had adversaries. She differed, but she could differ and disagree without being disagreeable, as the saying goes. And she established personal connections with all of us over her many years of service. I've listened to my colleagues on the floor this morning, and coming through to me is not only a sense of pain in her passing, but also joy in knowing her. And what strikes me is that she leaves a legacy, yes, a legacy in legislation, in good works in California that impacted people's lives there, but her real legacy is people. Her legacy is the people who regard her as a role model, the people who were inspired to follow her into public service, the people who stood up and spoke out, and often it was truth to power, as she did, because she was there. She blazed the trail. She showed how to do it. I first became aware of Dianne Feinstein in the early 1990s as a newly elected state attorney general advocating for an assault weapons ban in the state of Connecticut, the early 1990s, and she was doing it at the federal level. Connecticut and the Congress did it together. And then I defended our Connecticut law in the Connecticut courts against many of the same arguments that were used to challenge the federal law. She stood alone in those days as an advocate and a champion of gun violence prevention. And she modeled the courage that has led to the modern movement of gun violence prevention. And it is a movement now because she knew it would require the American people to be as outraged as she was and saddened by the death that she personally witnessed in San Francisco. And she would often recall it in very personal terms. For her, all of these causes were personal. Her service and her helping people were personal. And she understood that service and results, accomplishments, required that we be bipartisan, that we work across the aisle, that we work with people who disagreed with us and try to find common ground. That's what she did relentlessly and tirelessly. So her service, her grace, her generosity, her sensitivity, her caring will continue in the people that are her legacy, in the people who will and should always preserve her memory as a motivation for continued service. I'm proud to have been her friend as well as her colleague. And I will always treasure the great and good model and mentorship that she provided for so many of us as we go through these next days of grief and pain, but also joy in knowing her. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to consider the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Justice, Todd Gee of the District of Columbia to be United States Attorney for the Southern District of Mississippi.
Under the previous order, the question is on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? The yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, so you can double check, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blumenthal, Coons, Grassley, Kane, Lujan, Murphy, Peters, Welch, and Wicker. Mr. Warner, aye. No senator voted in the negative. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Who? Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Rubio, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Thank you. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Did you just? Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Vance, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Vance, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Romney, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Braun, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Cinema, aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Yep.
On this vote, the yeas are 82, the nays are 8, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. The clerk will report the McGrath nomination.
Nomination, Department of Justice, Tara K. McGrath of California to be United States Attorney for the Southern District of California.
Under the previous order, the question is on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Dane, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Mr. Rono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Markley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Collins, Duckworth, Gillibrand, Graham, Grassley, Heinrich, Hirono, Kelly, Manchin, Menendez, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Schatz, Shaheen, Tillis, Wyden. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Budd, Ernst, Haggerty, Hawley, Hoven, Kennedy, Lee, Moran, Mullen, Ricketts, Risch, Romney, Rubio, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Thune, Wicker. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Tester, aye. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Ms. Markowski, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Paul, no. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Braun, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Vance, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye.
The yeas are 52, the nays are 37, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered, made, and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action, and the Senate will resume legislative session.
Mr. President.
Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I'm on the floor again with my colleague from Texas, Senator Cruz, trying once again to pass our Pay Our Military Act. Now, I'm not going to spend a lot of time explaining what we're trying to do here. Since 48 hours ago, we tried to do the same thing. We're in our conference right now trying to get to a compromise, working through things to make sure we don't have a government shutdown. It may or may not happen. It's looking more likely, though. And as we get closer to that moment, the idea that we would leave the men and women who protect this country uncertain about whether they're going to get paid, even though they're still going to deploy, they're going to still be fighting all over the world, protecting this nation. So we're going to leave them out hanging, right? So all we're trying to do, Mr. President, is the most common sense thing you could do if you cared one bit about the troops of the United States. And that's say, hey, we know you're worried. We know you're probably deployed. We know your wife or spouse is back home, worried about where you're going to get paid next week. You got a dangerous mission you're going on tonight somewhere in the world. So we're going to take that worry away from you because we care about you. Now, granted, my colleagues might say, well, what about the IRS worker? What about the Department of Interior worker? No offense, there's a little bit of a difference, okay? There's a little bit of a difference. We all know it. We should know it. So as we get closer, this is the bipartisan solution that we all need to undertake. And, Mr. President, here's the thing. As I said last week, when we had the identical situation in 2013, 10 years ago, identical, a Democrat-controlled Senate, a Republican-controlled House, a Democrat-controlled White House. It was looking like there was going to be a shutdown. What did everybody unanimously agree to? Hey, let's take the troops out of this. Let's make sure the men and women who serve in our military are not worried. Let's unanimously pass the Pay Our Military Act. So 10 years ago, we did that. Now, I wasn't here, but I applaud everybody who did that. Simple. Identical. Identical. So what's changed? I have no idea what's changed. And it looks like my Democratic colleagues are going to come down and object and make some gobbledygook argument about appropriations or let's keep trying. The government's going to shut down tomorrow evening. We're going to keep trying. But let's take one group of Americans and say, hey, we know you sacrifice more than anybody. We're going to take that worry away from you. We did it 10 years ago in a bipartisan way, so we're going to do it again. So, Mr. President, you know, I guarantee you agree with this bill. As a veteran of almost 30 years, naval aviator, you know what it's like. There's guys on aircraft carriers right now, women on aircraft carriers flying F-18s, and their spouses back home are going, hey, honey, guess what? I don't think I'm going to have money to buy groceries next week. And that guy's getting ready to take off on some carrier in the Indo-PACOM region. And he's got to worry about that? He's got to worry about that? She's got to worry about that? We can fix that right now. Right now. And we've done it before. And I can't imagine my Democratic colleagues are going to come up and object to this bill. I'm starting to get mad. We don't want a government shutdown, but we can protect certain people, for goodness sakes. And if we're not going to protect our troops and their families, I don't know who we should protect. So maybe my colleagues are on the floor getting ready to say, you know what, geez, Senator Sullivan, Senator Cruz, we relent. These are good ideas. And you know why we know these are good ideas? Because we all did this 10 years ago. I have no idea why we didn't do it now. So I'd like, Mr. President, I yield the floor and recognize my colleague from Texas.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, unless something significant changes 35 hours from now, the federal government will shut down. At 12:01 a.m. on Sunday, the paychecks will stop for every soldier, every sailor, every airman, every Marine, every member of the Space Force, and every Coast Guardsman. That's not right. And the good news is we can prevent it. We can prevent it right now. The bill that Senator Sullivan and I are trying to pass says at 12:01 a.m., our active duty military will be paid. That if Washington's dysfunctional, if politicians will bicker throughout the night, that's not their fault. And we're not going to hold them hostage to the partisan demands of politicians. You know, right now at home, there are people watching this debate on C-SPAN. And they may be wondering, when did the Senate get this dysfunctional? Did this institution ever operate? And you know, Senator Sullivan pointed out to a time where it at least operated a little better than it does now. 2013, this identical legislation was before the Senate. There was a Democrat majority. Harry Reid was the majority leader. And this identical legislation passed 100 to nothing. And it passed unanimously in the House. In 2013, Senate Democrats realized, fine, we'll have a fight, but we're not holding our active duty military hostage. Mr. President, in 2013, Senator Durbin, who is sitting on the floor, voted yes to fund our military. In 2013, Senator Whitehouse, who's sitting on the floor, voted yes to fund our military. In 2013, Senator Murray, who I believe is getting ready to stand up and block this bill, in 2013, she voted yes to fund our military. Have we really gone that far in a decade that Democrats now are perfectly happy to take away the paychecks from the young men and women who are risking their lives to keep us safe? Mr. President, you spent years in the active duty military. You're a proud Navy veteran. You know men and women that are serving right now in the active duty, and I feel quite confident you don't want to go home and look them in the eyes and say it was my party, the Democrat Party, that took your paycheck away. Well, it doesn't have to happen. Everyone at home, I want you to listen to what's going to happen in a moment, because there are two magic words. If you hear two magic words from the senator from Washington, I object. If you hear those words, understand what will have happened. It's the same thing that happened just a couple of days ago, which is Democrat leadership said to our active duty military, we don't give a damn about you and we're going to cut off your paycheck Sunday at 12:01 a.m. That doesn't have to happen. And by the way, I will point out, not only is it the fault of every Democrat, and I'm sorry, Mr. President, it's the fault of every Democrat because there are no Democrats here supporting us. You in your heart know we're right. So I'm going to invite you when we do this again, because we're going to keep doing it and keep doing it, I would invite you to come join us because you know this is the right thing to do. And there are more of your colleagues on the Democrat side that know this is the right thing to do. Some 19-year-old Marine right now in the DMZ facing North Korean machine guns is being told that the United States Senate doesn't care enough about his or her service to pay them. That's just wrong. It's stupid. And this body used to know enough to say, hey, we got political disagreements here, but we support our troops. I guarantee you every Democrat senator in this chamber goes home and tells your constituents, I support the troops. You know what? Talk's cheap. If you support the troops, stand up next to us and say, let's pay the troops. And by the way, if you support the troops, go to your leadership and say, stop this garbage. Was Harry Reid a right-wing kook? Because Harry Reid signed off on paying the troops. And I'll tell you why today's Democrat leadership believe they can get away with it. Because in 2013, we had something of a functioning media. They actually reported on what was happening. If you look up in the gallery, there are a total of 0 reporters there. There's not one. The corrupt corporate media doesn't intend to tell the citizens of Washington State or the citizens of Illinois or the citizens of Rhode Island or the citizens of Arizona. They don't intend to tell them, your Democrat senator is why active duty military isn't being paid. And so every reporter, yesterday I had reporters running after me going, oh, isn't this Republican shutdown terrible? And I said, those are great talking points. Have you written a single story about the fact that the reason our military is not going to be paid is because Democrat leadership is objecting? No, because none of them have written that story. Every one of you know what the right thing to do is. And so my hope is there's a tiny, still voice inside of some Democrat senators that will stand up and go to your leadership and say, we can fight all day long on partisan issues, but we're not going to take our troops hostage. That's the right thing to do. And every member of this body knows it. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Alaska.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Appropriations Committee be discharged from further consideration of S. 2835 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. I further ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. As I have said, I share my colleagues' concern with making sure that our service members do not miss a paycheck because of a potential government shutdown. In fact, I do not want any of our federal workers to miss a paycheck, whether they are cancer researchers whose work saves our lives, or brave firefighters who risk their lives for us. And I don't want any programs families rely on to be undermined. Counseling and transition assistance for new veterans adjusting to civilian life. Nutrition assistance for 7 million moms and kids who need a hand up, and that includes our service members' families. You know, several years ago, I worked to save a WIC clinic, which was going to be kicked off a Navy base in my home state of Washington that hundreds of military families counted on. None of those paychecks for any of these workers and none of those programs should shutter because of a completely unnecessary shutdown, which is why I am working around the clock with the majority of our colleagues to make sure that we do pass a bipartisan CR, which we released this week, because that is the only serious solution here. That is the only way that we will make sure everyone is able to keep doing the work that the American people count on and getting that paycheck that they do deserve. So if the senator from Alaska or the senator from Texas are serious about making sure our service members get paid, I hope they'll get serious in a way that matters the most, and that's their votes. I hope they will work with us to keep the government open, and I hope they will reconsider their recent votes against the CR to fund the government in a bipartisan and timely way. Let's be real. You cannot grandstand about wanting to make sure that service members get paid during a shutdown and then vote against the very bipartisan bill that prevented a shutdown. I also hope the senators will understand that our service members will see the harm of a government shutdown in so many other ways. Permanent change in station moves will be significantly curtailed, meaning that some of our families could be left without a place to live if they've already sold their house or broken their lease, or they could be forced to pay for 2 homes at once. For the Army alone, this means approximately 2,100 moves every week. And if you do not work with us to keep the entire government open, service members' elective surgeries and procedures at DoD medical and dental facilities would have to be postponed. And by the way, an elective surgery could be anything from removing a kidney stone to a mastectomy for breast cancer. Essentially, post and base services will be closed or severely limited. That is everything from our commissary statewide to childcare our military families count on. So not only do I want to make sure that our service members don't miss a paycheck, I want to make sure that our service members don't miss out on any critical services they rely on every day. The senators should also understand that their focus and support of the military cannot end with those who are currently in uniform. And they should remember, 47% of Department of Defense civilians are veterans. And for that matter, 1 in every 4 employees across the entire federal government are veterans. We can't leave anyone behind. So I'll say it again for my colleagues who raise their voices here on the Senate floor, but have not cast their votes to prevent a shutdown. There are a lot of programs I care about, a lot of programs we all care about that would be hurt by a shutdown. But we are not going to solve this problem one by one, carve out by carve out. The best solution is to stop a shutdown in the first place. That is something we can do, and I bet we could do it a lot more quickly if the senators from Alaska and Texas would earnestly work with us. This isn't complicated. We've got a straightforward, bipartisan CR package that will avoid that shutdown, keep our military paid. So let's get our jobs done and get that passed. Thank you, Mr. President. I object.
Mr. President.
Objection is heard.
So my colleague,
Senator
just
from Alaska.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm going to try and keep this short because the issues that we're debating here are not that complicated. I agree with my colleague from Washington State. We are working around the clock. We're in our conference right now trying to get an amendment to bolster border security that the whole country, by the way, wants. Democrats, Republicans, the whole country wants that. So we're working around the clock too, and my colleague did misstate something. I actually voted to get on this bill. And I voted to get on this bill. So her statement about my vote, she needs to check my vote the other day. But be that as it may, once again, she says there's only one serious solution. Well, Mr. President, this body's done this before. The senator from Washington State has done this before. On the eve of a shutdown in 2013, the senator from Washington State voted for this bill. Every senator voted for this bill. So when she keeps saying, let's get real, I agree, let's get real. Go look at your vote from 2013. You voted for this on the eve of a shutdown. I'll remind my colleague from Washington State in 2019 when there was a partial government shutdown, focused on the Coast Guard, which wasn't getting paid, and the Democrats blocked my bill to pay the Coast Guard. She actually stated, quote, it's absolutely unacceptable that our Coast Guard families went without their paychecks during the shutdown. We need to make sure President Trump doesn't put them through this again. Well, I'm going to put my word, the senator from Washington State's words back at her. It is absolutely unacceptable that Coast Guard and other family members went without paychecks during the shutdown. We need to make sure it doesn't happen again, so vote for our bill. Every time they object, the arguments of why they're objecting to something they already agreed to 10 years ago get more tangled up. We're all working to avoid a shutdown, but if it doesn't happen, let's make sure the men and women who are risking their lives for our country and their families know that they're going to get paid. That's all we're asking. That's all we're asking. And everybody in this body 10 years ago did this, including the senator from Washington State. And it's just beyond comprehension that they're coming up with arguments now to not do this. This isn't about politics. This is about supporting our troops at the moment they really need it. And they're not doing that. I yield the floor to my colleague from Texas.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, at the opening of her remarks, the senator from Washington said, I agree with the objective of this bill. I agree with what Senator Sullivan and Senator Cruz are trying to accomplish. Then she talked for a while, and then she blocked the entirety of the bill. Everything in between saying, I agree with this bill, and the two magic words at the end of her remarks, I object, I have to admit, brought me back to Saturday morning cartoons and watching Peanuts and the teacher going, wah, 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 because they were words, but they didn't mean anything. This is a binary choice. At 12:01 a.m. on Sunday, are soldiers going to get paid, yes or no? Are sailors going to get paid, yes or no? Are airmen going to get paid, yes or no? Are Marines going to get paid, yes or no? Are members of the Space Force going to get paid, yes or no? Are Coast Guardsmen going to get paid, yes or no? A decade ago, every member of this body voted to pay them. Since this debate began, the presiding officer had been Senator Kelly, has now been replaced by Senator Murphy from Connecticut. I would point out, Senator Murphy voted yes to pay our active duty military in 2013. And yet now the Democrats are blocking those paychecks. Senator from Washington said, well, gosh, the Democrats have a CR that you could have voted for. Senator from Washington knows fully well that the bill drafted by Democrat leadership is not going to pass the House of Representatives. She knows that. The result's going to be a shutdown. And what's changed from 2013 to now? From 2013 to now, the Democrat leadership is perfectly willing to hold a young man or woman in the military, to hold their paychecks hostage. Well, something interesting is going to happen at 12:01 a.m., 35 hours from now. Paychecks of every federal employee will stop. The paychecks of the stenographer who's recording my words will stop. The paychecks of the clerks sitting down front will stop. But you know what, Mr. President? There are 535 people whose paychecks will not stop. Under the Constitution, members of this body, senators, and members of the House, their paychecks can't stop even during a shutdown. Which means at 12:01 a.m. on Sunday, every Democrat senator will keep drawing their paycheck, while the people risking their lives to defend us will not. Well, I'll tell you, Mr. President, I have in writing instructed the Senate that I will not accept a paycheck so long as our active duty military is not being paid. It is wrong. Senators are paid $174,000 a year by law. The Democrat leadership who stands up and says, "I object," is telling a 19-year-old woman in a nuclear sub right now defending our nation that her paycheck doesn't matter anymore. There's right now a mom in tennis shoes serving in the military who's discovering that her mortgage payment, she doesn't know how to pay. And so I'm going to suggest to the reporters who aren't here and aren't covering this that so long as Democrat leadership keeps blocking what has been bipartisan and unanimous legislation previously, that every Democrat senator ought to be asked, are you taking a paycheck come 12:01 a.m. on Sunday? They're the ones objecting, they're the ones stopping, and every soldier needs to understand, why are you not being paid? Because the Democrats objected. Every sailor needs to understand, because the Democrats objected. Every airman, every Marine, every Coast Guardsman, every member of the Space Force. When your paycheck goes away 35 hours from now, it is because of two magic words the Democrat leadership has said. And let's be clear, it's not just the senator from Washington. She's doing it on an instruction from the Democrat leadership. They could change it like that. And I can tell you this, Senator Sullivan and I are going to keep coming back over and over and over again, because there's not a member of this body that wants to go home to your state. Even a state like Connecticut. You don't want to be at home looking at active duty military and saying, yep, my party took away your paycheck. That's too cynical even for this body. And so I pray that common sense comes back. I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Louisiana.
Senator Feinstein, Godspeed. I had the pleasure of serving with Senator Feinstein on the Judiciary Committee. I also served with Diane on the Appropriations Committee. In fact, we were served on the Energy and Water Development Subcommittee. Diane was the chair, and I was the ranking member.
Order. Senators take their conversations off the Senate floor. Senators recognized.
Diane, you died with your boots on. And I think that was one of the things she most wanted to do. Senator Feinstein and I didn't agree on much, but she was a delight to work with. She understood politics and government, especially today. It takes a big heart and a lot of wind and a thick skin. And that's especially true today. And there's some people in this city that didn't want Diane to finish her term. For political reasons. They tried to chew her up, and they tried to spit her out, and they tried to step on her. But they couldn't do it because Diane was tough as a boot. And she wanted to die with her boots on as a member of this august body. And I'm going to miss her. Godspeed, Senator Feinstein. I'm here today, Mr. President, to try to extend the National Flood Insurance Program. It appears to me, I hope I'm wrong, and I know, Mr. President, that you agree with me, that we're headed toward a shutdown. If that happens, that means that the National Flood Insurance Program will come to a halt. I don't want people to worry too much. If you already have National Flood Insurance, the program will continue to pay claims. But as long as government is shut down, you will not be able to buy new insurance. That's important because flood insurance is a huge part of the commerce of our real estate markets in America. For most Americans, the purchase of a home is their biggest single financial decision they'll ever make. And in many areas, not just coastal states, but many other states, you cannot purchase a home if you have to borrow the money without flood insurance. So if we allow the National Flood Insurance Program to expire, it's going to shut down home sales where the entity loaning the money requires flood insurance. It's just going to shut it down. The real estate industry, for a variety of reasons, in part because of President Biden's inflation, is already having a tough time. This will make it worse. My bill would take the current flood insurance program and just extend it as is until December 31, 2023. If we don't do this, I want to make this clear as well, Mr. President. Some of my fellow citizens may be saying, well, what's the big deal? Just don't buy it from the federal government. You can't buy it from anybody else. This is the federal program, imperfect as it is the only game in town. So if you're ready to buy a home and close on a home and you go to the mortgage lender and say, I need to borrow the money, and they say you have to buy flood insurance to get the loan, the federal government is the only entity you can go to. You cannot buy, for all practical purposes, private flood insurance in America today. I mentioned that the NFIP was imperfect. I understate it. As I said yesterday on the floor, the National Flood Insurance Program, as administered by FEMA, is a mess. As I said yesterday, it looks like someone knocked over a urine sample. FEMA made the program even worse a year or so ago with its risk rating 2.0. It went out and hired a consultant to design a new algorithm that made changes in the program without telling policyholders the basis for those changes. I've met with FEMA a number of times. I said, well, can I see your algorithm? They say if we showed you, we'd have to kill you. And I'm in Congress. We're in litigation with FEMA right now. Let me say it again, risk rating 2.0 made it even worse than it already was. Ever since I've been in the United States Senate, I have been working with, 20 different senators, and probably 50 to 100 House members are involved to try to fix the flood insurance program. And it's been very difficult. We haven't been able to do it, but we will continue to try. But in the meantime, the only thing worse than a bad flood insurance program is no flood insurance. Because as imperfect as it may be, FEMA's National Flood Insurance Program is the only game in town. And if we allow this program to expire, it is going to really, really, really hurt the American people. It's going to really, really hurt the real estate industry. It's going to really, really hurt folks out there who have saved the money and they're ready to buy a home, but they can't do it because they can't purchase flood insurance. So, for that reason, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs be discharged from further consideration of S2968. That's my bill that would just extend the current program for flood insurance, imperfect as it may be, until December 31, 2023. And I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration. I further ask the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Kentucky.
reserving the right to object, once again we are asked to extend the flood program without any reforms to protect the taxpayers. Like many federal programs, this federal program is well-intentioned, but it may well very be the best real-life example of moral hazard. We are told that the program is funded through insurance premiums, but the premiums are below the market rate, and so the program is eternally and consistently short of money. A 2014 report by the Government Accountability Office found that the flood program collected $17 billion less than the market would have required. For all practical and purposes, the flood program is insolvent. Just a few years ago, the flood program owed $30 billion to the taxpayer. Congress later canceled $16 billion of that debt, but the flood program has not made any progress in repaying the taxpayer. The total now stands that the flood program owes $20 billion to the taxpayers with no way of repaying that money. Perhaps the greatest insult to the taxpayers, though, is the lack of true limits on this delinquent program. There are no limits on how many claims that can be filed or how much money can be received for a policyholder. So it isn't that you have a $3 million flood policy, you could have a $3 trillion policy. There are no limits. There are also no limits on how big your house can be. You can have a $10 million house, you can have a $20 million house, a $50 million house, and the taxpayer subsidizes your house. Rather than encourage people to leave flood-prone areas, this program encourages people to stay and rebuild time and time again. In thousands of instances, the program encourages people to rebuild and rebuild and rebuild. According to the Pew Charitable Trust, over 150,000 properties have been rebuilt over and over again. In fact, 25 to 30% of flood program claims are made by the policyholders whose properties have flooded time and time again. Over 2,000 properties have flooded more than 10 times. One home in Bachelor, Louisiana, flooded 40 times and received a total of $428,000 of flood insurance payments. 40 times. No one should keep rebuilding in a house that floods 40 times. But the record, if you can believe it, isn't Bachelor, Louisiana, it's Virginia, where one home flooded 41 times and received payments of over $600,000, all subsidized by the taxpayer. Adding insult to injury, Congressional Budget Office found that the flood program tends to benefit the wealthy, and that 23% of the subsidized coastal properties were not even policyholders' primary residence. So realize what this program's doing. It's subsidizing insurance for the rich and famous for their beach houses. There are no limits. It subsidizes people who have $10 million homes get subsidized government insurance. It's true. The government forces the taxpayers to pay and rebuild the summer homes of the rich. In fact, sometimes it seems that the flood program caters directly to the wealthy. Nearly 80% of the National Flood Insurance Program policies are located in counties that rank within the top 20% of income. Enough is enough. It is an insult to rob the taxpayers to give to the rich. This is why I offer an amendment that, if we could come to an agreement today, would require that the federal program not insure your second house, not insure your beach house. If you live there, it's your only house, it will be included. If it's your second house, your beach house, it's not going to be included. And we would set a cap on the amount. Who in their right mind thinks we should be subsidizing insurance for $10 million mansions? It's crazy that anybody would think that that's what we should do. So I offer a compromise today. Extend the program. Let's keep the program. We'll keep the program open. We won't miss a beat, but we'll set some limits on the houses. So what we'd like to start with would be a cap of $250,000. Those houses below $250,000 would be subsidized, would get subsidized insurance. Above $250,000, you buy your own. Also, my proposal would not allow you to use the insurance if this is your vacation home, if this is your secondary home. So, Mr. President, I ask the senator to modify his request so that Paul amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to consider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Mr. President?
Does the senator so modify his request?
Reserving the right to modify or not modify. Senator Paul, as usual, makes some very good points. I agree with him wholeheartedly that the National Flood Insurance Program is a mess. It needs to be fixed. I want to make the record clear that in Louisiana, my people are working people. My coast is a working coast. My people aren't wealthy millionaires who have 3 or 4 homes on the beach. These are ordinary people who get up every day, go to work, obey the law, pay their taxes, and try to do the right thing by their kids. They can barely afford one home. It's not only the coast that we're talking about. In 2016, in the middle of my state, again, not mansions, just working class people, we had 24 inches of rainfall in about a day and a half. The homes that flooded, and many of them did, were not anywhere near a body of water. If you get 24 inches of rain in a day and a half, your home is going to flood. I don't care if you're living on Pikes Peak. So this program is meant to help those people as well. But in pointing that out, I don't want to take anything away from Senator Paul's excellent points. He is, however, mistaken in one critical respect. When you buy flood insurance through the Federal National Flood Insurance Program, The most you can collect on your home as a result of one flood is $250,000. It is not accurate to say that $1 million home can collect $1 million in damages from a flood. That's just not true. If there is a flood and you own $1 million home and you own a $250,000 home, and the owners of those two homes both have have national flood insurance, the most under the policy they can collect is $250,000. So why do you want to tell a person who owns $1 million home that they can't insure their home? You're just telling them they can't buy flood insurance, so the flood insurance program has less money to cash flow it. It makes no sense. Now, Senator Paul is correct, and it's one of the things we're trying to fix, that there has been abuse in terms of some homes. Senator Paul mentioned the example of Louisiana, but there are other states, many others, where homes have flooded 3 or 4 times and they keep getting flood insurance. If I can say anything good about the current National Flood Insurance Program today, I would say that FEMA has taken steps to try to prevent that from happening, so that if you flood a certain number of times, you have to move. And I know the senator didn't. I don't think I'm disagreeing with him on that. I think we're in agreement. But let me tell you the second and the main reason I can't accept Senator Paul's change. And for me, it has to do with what's right. There are probably 20 different senators. Well, there are 100 senators who care about flood insurance, but there are about 20 different senators who want to be involved in any changes made to this program. And I dare say there are 50 to 100 members of the House. Now, Mr. President, as you know, when we bring a bill to the floor through unanimous consent, we don't just walk down here one day and do it. We let all of our senators, fellow colleagues, our fellow senators know what we're about to do. So if they want to come down and object, they can do that. And that's what I did with my bill, which just keeps the current program and extends it until December 31, so we'll get past the shutdown and we won't keep people from buying homes. But Senator Paul's changes have not been sent to all members of the Senate. It's called a hotline. And I anticipate that Rand will have other changes, and that's fine. The easy thing for me to do today would be to agree with one of his changes. I'm not sure it makes that much difference because the amount of damages you can claim on a flood is $250,000, but the easiest thing for me to do today would be to agree to one of Rand's changes. But that would be stabbing my colleagues in the back. Because I can assure you, knowing how many of my colleagues feel about the National Flood Insurance Program, they would want to be here today to weigh in. And I just can't do that to them, even though it would allow me to get this passed. I also think, Mr. President, that if we make changes to the National Flood Insurance Program, those 50 to 100 House members that I'm talking about are likely not to, some of them are likely not to allow the changes, and that's why they would object to. And that's why my objective has been, and I need to stand behind it, is just to take the current program and extend it to December 31. So for that reason, I don't agree to the modification.
Senators not agree to the modification. Is there objection to the original request?
Mr. President.
The senator from Kentucky.
Reserving the right to object, The process is similar to what has been described, but not exactly it has been described. The bill is sent out. Everybody gets a chance to object. People who choose to object can come. That's also announced. The objections are announced, and we come to the floor. If the senator wanted to work together on this, this could be modified today, and someone else would have to come and object, and that is announced to all 100 senators, and often works that way. But today what we have is a situation where I'm offering an amendment to reform taxpayer-subsidized insurance. And it's being rejected by one senator, not by all senators, and not in place of all senators. They have a chance to come. It's been announced. They could come and object to this if they wanted. But here's the thing. What I'm trying to do is modify a program so the average ordinary taxpayer does not have to pay for rich people's flood insurance for their beach houses. About half of the houses that are insured in this program that loses billions of dollars every year, that's $20 billion in the hole, about half the homes are worth $500,000 or more. Do you know any regular working folk that have $500,000 homes on the beach? No. If you have a $500,000 house on the beach, buy your own damn insurance. The taxpayer should not have to buy your insurance. So I would ask the senator, we can do this today. There are other senators on the floor. They can come running from hither and yon, and they can object to this. But I would ask the senator, let's modify the program so rich people don't get their houses insured by the government and subsidized by the taxpayer. We could change the limits to $500,000. That would cut out half of the homes in the U.S., half of the beach houses, half of the rich people in our country who are getting subsidized insurance. Make the limit $500,000. If we make it $500,000, the program will be half as big and it will lose half as much money. Let's modify this program. So I would ask the senator to modify his proposal with my amendment. And my amendment would say you can't use the insurance for your second home, only your primary residence. And if you have a $500,000 mansion on the beach, guess what? You get to buy your own insurance. That's my modification, and I would ask the senator to accept the Paul amendment that's at the desk.
Does the senator agree to the modification?
Reserving the right to accept or not accept. Again, Senator Paul, I understand his points, and they're very good ones. I would point out that his proposal, we have about 84.7 million owner-occupied homes in the United States. Let's call it 85 million homes in the United States. Senator Paul's amendment would exclude 52.5 million of them. $500,000 on a home is a lot of money. But I think in places like California and Connecticut and New York, where we have seen cost of living different from in my state, there are plenty of ordinary Americans, middle-class Americans, who have scrimped and saved to put together the money to borrow $500,000. And I don't want to hurt them. But the second and the main reason I can't agree to Senator Paul's proposal, I'm just not going to stab my fellow senators in the back. They do not know about these changes that are being proposed. They may be good changes. And I like the way Senator Paul is thinking. But let me say it again. I know of at least 20 senators, some of whom are not in Washington, who care about flood insurance. And if I start agreeing to changes for the short-term satisfaction of getting to pass a bill, it's just not worth it to me. And I am not going to stab them in the back. They have the right to be here and participate in these changes, and they are not here because they don't know about them. So for that reason, I do not concur in Senator Paul's amendment.
Objection to the modification has been heard. Is there objection to the underlying the original motion? Mr. President. Senator from Kentucky.
Reserving the right to object, what I'm trying to find here is there a compromise? Is there some level of rich person that maybe the taxpayer could say, enough's enough, they ought to pay their own way? Is there some level of rich person's mansion that maybe the average ordinary taxpayer should not have to subsidize their insurance? So we've tried $500,000, which is about half the homes the ordinary working class people in our country have to insure. Why don't we try, if we can't do $500,000, let's try mansions of $750,000. You'd say, well, how many are there? 25% of the national federal subsidized insurance are homes of $750,000 a year. We're not talking about ordinary people now. We are talking about rich, very rich people getting subsidized insurance from a program that loses billions of dollars and has to be bailed out every year. We have a government with a $1.7 trillion deficit. It goes on year after year. Nobody does anything, just reauthorize it. Today we could make a compromise. So I offer the senator a compromise. If $500,000 is too cheap and you want to insure $500,000 mansions, will you at least modify it to exclude mansions of $750,000 or more? I think that's the least we can do, and I would ask unanimous consent to accept the Paul motion at the desk that indicates $750,000 as the limit for the insurance.
Mr. President.
Senator Kennedy.
Reserving the right to object. I fear I'm not being clear, and I'm sorry for that, Mr. President. Let me say it again. If you own a $250,000 home and you own a $750,000 home, neither one of you can buy more than $250,000 worth of insurance. Because the maximum amount of insurance that you can buy through the National Flood Insurance Program is $250,000. So what's the point of excluding someone who owns a $750,000 home? I realize it's in vogue to denigrate rich people, but they can't buy any more insurance. It would be different if someone could buy $750,000 worth of flood insurance who owned a $750,000 home, but they can't. It's capped at $250,000. So I have to respectfully disagree with my friend on that. And number two, I don't want to belabor this. I'm not going to stab my fellow senators in the back. The 20-plus senators with whom I've spoken to try to negotiate a new and better flood insurance program do not know about these changes. And I'd like to agree to Rand's suggestions, but if I do, I'm stabbing my fellow senators in the back, and it's just not worth it to me because they don't know about any of this. So for that reason, I respectfully object to Senator Paul's amendment.
Senators objected to the modification. Is there objection to the underlying request?
Mr. President.
Senator from Kentucky.
Reserving the right to object. It is certainly not my intent to denigrate rich people. I aspire to be one someday. But I don't aspire to ask for free stuff for government if I ever become a rich person. Why would we subsidize the insurance of rich people? Is there no limit? Is there no limit? Is there no possibility of compromise on some mansion that is too large to be in this program? What about $10 million? We've tried $250,000. That was too little. We still, the insistence is we must insure these homes. We've tried $500,000, but the insistence is no, everybody should get it. I don't think rich people need subsidized insurance. The program loses billions of dollars every year. We've tried $750,000, but apparently there still is this need and this desire to insure rich people's beach houses. Why don't we try one last time? We'll try something that I think anybody could compromise to and anybody would accept, And certainly I wouldn't want to be the one justifying a program that gives people who have $10 million mansions insurance. Why not accept it and make someone on the other side support such a ridiculous policy? So my final proposal today will be to ask unanimous consent that the Paul amendment at the desk would exclude $10 million mansions from government-subsidized insurance. I think that's the least we can do. If we could get that compromise, we'd bring at least some sense of sanity to this crazy program.
Is there objection to the senator's request to modify? Senator from
Mr.
Louisiana.
President, reserving the right to object. If I own a $10 million home, and I assure you I do not, and my neighbor's home is $250,000, that's its value, which is more like it in Louisiana. And we both go to an insurance agent, and they say, and we say we want to buy national flood insurance because we can't get a mortgage without it. Then the insurance agent is going to say, okay, neighbor whose home is worth $250,000, I can write you a policy, maximum $250,000. And then the agent is going to turn to me with my $10 million home, which I can assure you is fictitious. And the agent's going to say, I can only sell you $250,000 home. The suggestion that somebody with a $10 million home is being insured for $10 million is just not accurate. It's just not accurate. So what good is it going to do to tell someone in a $10 million home who wants to buy $250,000 worth of flood insurance, the same amount as his neighbor? What good is it going to do to exclude him? Some can beat themselves on the chest and say, boy, we stuck it to those rich people. But they're not getting any more insurance. And what it's going to mean to the program is there's going to be fewer and less premiums coming into the program, which will make it insolvent. You can see the difficulty in trying to reach agreement on reforms. That's why I'm going to say it again. I have proposed a clean, if you will, proposal that will just extend the current program, imperfect as it may be, until December 31. If we don't do this, it is going to really, really, really hurt. It's not going to hurt the rich folks. It's going to hurt the ordinary middle-class Americans who are trying to buy a home. And the second and final reason, or the third and final reason, frankly, if it were up to me to get this passed, because I'm really worried about it, as you can tell, I'd probably agree to Rand's proposal, but I'm just not going to stab my colleagues in the back. They don't know about this proposal, and I think that of the 20 or so of my colleagues that I have met with about changing the flood insurance program, I know they'd like to have their say. And if I agree to Rand's proposal today, because they don't know about his proposal, I would be stabbing them in the back, and I just can't do it, Mr. President. It's just not worth it to me. So for that reason, I respectfully object.
Senators objected to the request to modify. Is there objection to the senator's original motion?
Mr. President.
Senator from Kentucky.
Reserving the right to object, let the record show from this discussion today that the senator has objected to any limits on taxpayer-subsidized flood insurance. Any limits. $250,000, $500,000, $750,000, even $10 million. This is a program that loses billions of dollars every year. This is a program that can't work for the poor people because we got so many rich people in it. Half of the homes in the program cost over $500,000. So this is a problem. This is a program that loses money every year, and the senator is unwilling to accept any limits on this. There's this argument that somehow he's defending all the Democrat senators who can't come here, but he could easily have said, I'm not willing to object to this because these are reasonable proposals, and forced the Democrats to object to this. But he's taken this upon himself to defend the status quo, to defend the inclusion of $10 million mansions in this program. So I do object.
Objection is heard. Senator from Louisiana.
You're getting tired of me saying this, I know. This rich $10 million American that Senator Paul keeps talking about can't buy any more insurance than the American who owns a $250,000 home. He just can't. And I'm going to try again. I'll be back tomorrow. And like the Terminator, I'll be back. Because in trying to punish the rich, when they can't buy any more insurance than the ordinary American, Mr. President, like you and me, $250,000. That's the limit for the rich American and the middle-class American. This is going to put the entire real estate industry in jeopardy. And it's also going to put a lot of ordinary middle-class Americans out there who have scrimped and saved, and they've got the money for the down payment, and they're ready to buy a home, but they're not going to be able to buy it because they can't get flood insurance, and their mortgage lender requires it. And by the time government opens back up, I hope it's a short period of time, but we don't know, those interest rates, instead of 7.5%, could be 8%. And look, I get the politics of beating up on the rich, but the rich have nothing to do with this. This is about helping ordinary Americans. But I appreciate, Mr. President, your patience and listening to me today. And for that, with that, I think I need to yield the floor, do I not, Mr. President? To whom should I yield it?
Senator can simply yield the floor.
Senator Hirono from the great state of Hawaii. Or Senator
I yield
Schumer.
to Majority Leader Schumer.
I think, are you seeking recognition? Are you just waving, Chuck?
Wave with friendship and affection to my friend, the senator from Louisiana. I was going to speak for a few minutes. Is that okay?
Of course.
Thank you.
I just work here. I'm not management.
The Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I'm going to speak on two topics. First, what's happening in my hometown of New York, and then second, what's going on over there in the House of Representatives. So, Mr. President, as we speak, my hometown of New York is experiencing some of the most frightening rainfall and flooding we've seen since Hurricane Sandy. About a month's worth of rain has inundated Brooklyn in just a matter of hours, and some parts of the city have experienced up to 5 inches of rain. Flash floods remain in effect for Manhattan, for Queens, for Brooklyn. And we're not through the danger yet. Another powerful storm is expected over the next day, and the situation remains dangerous. I'll continue closely monitoring the otherworldly flooding we're seeing in New York. A little while ago, I spoke to the governor to tell her that I will do everything on the federal level to get New York the help it needs. Earlier today, I sent a letter to FEMA, and a few minutes ago spoke to the FEMA administrator, telling her New York needs help. FEMA has promised me 2 things. 1, to deal with the immediate effects of the flood, any equipment and other types of resources they need. And second, later, to provide resources New Yorkers will need to rebuild and recover. And here in the Senate, I will work to secure any federal assistance possible to fund relief efforts and aid those who need to rebuild from the flood damage. Again, I cannot stress enough that we are not through these storms just yet. Everyone, please follow emergency guidance and stay safe. Now on the CR and the shutdown. We stand now at the precipice of an unnecessary, reckless, and entirely Republican-manufactured shutdown. In less than 48 hours, funding that pays the salaries of our troops for border enforcement, for TSA operations, nutrition programs, food inspections, all will come to a halt. As I've said for months, Congress has only one option to avoid a shutdown: bipartisanship. We needed bipartisanship yesterday, we need it today, we will need it tomorrow. It's true. Today, yesterday, today, and tomorrow. But in the House, sadly, unlike the Senate, we have not seen bipartisanship. We have only seen chaos. We have only seen paralysis. A few hours ago, Speaker McCarthy held a vote on a truly radical CR proposal everyone knew never stood a chance of passing the Senate. And now, the House Republican CR has failed to even pass the House by an unexpectedly large and decisive margin, 34 votes, much more than most expected. The Speaker has spent weeks catering to the hard right, and now he finds himself in the exact same position he's been in since the beginning. No plan forward, no closer to passing something that avoids a shutdown. The Speaker needs to abandon his doomed mission of trying to please MAGA extremists, and instead, he needs to work across the aisle to keep the government open. Things seem to be getting worse for the Speaker rather than better, and it's time for him to try bipartisanship. Here in the Senate, bipartisanship is precisely what we are pursuing by working on our CR. Just yesterday, I'm proud to say, 76 senators vote in favor of the proceeding to the CR. I salute not only Chairman Murray, but Ranking Member Collins and Leader McConnell and the so many others on the other side of the aisle who joined us in moving forward. We will continue working on the CR over the course of today and see if we can find some agreement to pass it quickly. And I note that these 76 senators voted in favor of proceeding to the CR, even as we work through debates about final content of the bill. That's what bipartisanship means. Not that we agree on everything, but that disagreements do not paralyze the process. And when the Senate finishes its work, it is imperative the House move on a Senate-passed bipartisan CR. It'll be our last chance to ensuring that a shutdown is avoided. Any more time the Speaker spends trying to cobble together hard right wish lists that can't even pass the House would be a grievous mistake. So to Speaker McCarthy, let me be clear. If you don't want our troops to go without pay, work in a bipartisan way. If you don't want to see border funding endangered, work in a bipartisan way. If you don't want to see seniors lose access to Meals on Wheels or cuts to nutrition for women, infants, and children, or holds on small business loans, work in a bipartisan way. At the end of the day, these MAGA extremists, who are the ones responsible for bringing us to the brink, fundamentally do not care about funding the government. Some of them are actually gleeful about a shutdown. Coddling the hard right is as futile as trying to nail Jell-O to a wall. And the harder the Speaker tries, the bigger mess he makes. And that mess is going to hurt the American people the most. I hope the Speaker snaps out of the vice's grip he's put himself in and stops succumbing to the 30 or so extremists who are running the show in the House. Mr. Speaker, time has almost run out. Yield the floor.
Mr. President. Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, I know there are others that are waiting to speak, and I will yield to them momentarily. But I think it's important that the Majority Leader explain the entire story of where we find ourselves here today on the verge of a shutdown. The truth is the Senate has not passed a Senate single appropriations bill that passed out of the Senate Appropriations Committee by bipartisan support. Some of them were passed unanimously. The first bill, I believe, that passed out of the Senate Appropriations Committee passed out some 80 days ago. Now, it may have taken until the end of July before we could get a House bill to then amend, which is a necessary procedural prerequisite. But the fact of the matter is, the Majority Leader, who's the only person who can schedule a vote on any of these pieces of legislation, has failed to bring any of these bills to the floor and successfully pass the United States Senate. So 18 days before the end of the fiscal year, which is the shutdown unless we pass another funding bill, the Majority Leader puts a so-called minibus, or a combination of 3 appropriation bills on the floor. That was the first time the Majority Leader decided to actually schedule a vote on anything. My point is that the Majority Leader likes to blame the House, and particularly because it's a majority Republicans. So he acts like this is all their fault. Everything's just hunky-dory and bipartisan in the Senate. That's false. The Majority Leader has contributed dramatically to this shutdown because of the Senate's failure under his leadership to pass any appropriation bills whatsoever. And yes, it's no surprise to anybody that here we are needing to find some way forward on a continuing resolution. In other words, to keep the lights on while we continue to work out other differences. I think shutdowns are a mistake. Shutdowns are a mistake because they don't solve the underlying problem. They disrupt all sorts of people, and he mentioned some of the people they disrupt, including paid or our military. Our own staff aren't going to get paid. People aren't going to get able to get passports through the passport office, or they got immigration problems, or if a veteran's worried about getting compensation or other benefits, they're not going to be responded to because of this government shutdown. Completely predictable and completely unnecessary. So I think if you're going to talk about who contributed to where we are today, the Majority Leader, I say this respectfully, this is in large part a Schumer shutdown because the Senate hadn't done its job. This is not governing. This is not responsible. And again, the only way we can consider legislation in the United States Senate is if he schedules something on the floor. That's his prerogative as a Majority Leader. But people ought to be held accountable. People ought to be responsible for their own actions. And the Majority Leader has simply failed to let the Senate do its work, even though the Senate Appropriations Committee, which is chaired by a Democrat, Senator Patty Murray, ranking member Senator Susan Collins, they did magnificent work. They did what they were supposed to do. But because the Majority Leader failed to bring any of those bills before the floor, we haven't passed a single appropriation bill, and we're looking at a deadline of midnight Saturday where the government ceases to function because of the failure to do our job here in the Senate. The House has its own problems, but we ought to take care of business here first, and we haven't done that.
Mr. President.
Senator from Hawaii.
Mr. President, thank you for your patience. I want to begin today by reiterating my sadness about the passing of our friend, Senator Dianne Feinstein. Senator Feinstein's death strikes at the heart of so many of us committed to public service as she was. A courageous trailblazer, she stood up to powerful interest groups on behalf of her constituents and the rest of us. She was a fierce legislator fighting to ban assault weapons, defend survivors of domestic violence, protect our nation, and much more. But she was also a thoughtful friend. Just last week, she wrote me a letter expressing her happiness that the banyan tree in Lahaina, badly burned by the wildfires, is starting to show signs of renewed life. She wrote, "I hope that the beloved tree continues to recover and serve as a source of hope and a symbol of resilience for the entire community," end quote. She wrote,
I too share her hope. It's now been 6 weeks since the fires tore through the town of Lahaina on Maui, as well as in several upcountry Maui communities. As the whole world has seen now, those fires were devastating, claiming nearly 100 lives and destroying close to 3,000 structures, most of them residences. Our hearts break for all those impacted by this tragedy. Within hours of those fires, though, the federal government was on the ground providing assistance and relief. In the weeks since, well over 1,000 federal personnel have traveled to Maui to aid in the recovery efforts, and more than $125 million in individual relief has been distributed. Additionally, President Biden requested $4 billion in disaster relief funding following the fires on top of the $12 billion he had previously requested. As I said at the time, disaster relief has always had broad bipartisan support, and there is no reason the Maui disaster should be treated any differently. In fact, Speaker McCarthy agreed. When he visited Lahaina less than 4 weeks ago, he said, and I quote, "We want to get the resources to individuals that could rebuild their life. We've got to focus on the children for the schools, get them back into the education so they don't miss out," end quote. I couldn't agree more. This funding is essential to our ongoing recovery efforts. But now, Speaker McCarthy, in refusing to stand up to the most radical faction in his caucus, I call them the Chaos Caucus, is endangering these resources for Maui and other communities impacted by disasters across the country. And we just heard from our majority leader what is happening in New York City, even as we speak. So again, as we speak, the Senate is working to advance a bipartisan continuing resolution to keep government open, which includes $6 billion in disaster relief. While clearly not everything we need, it is a critical down payment that will allow the federal government to continue its important work on Maui and in other communities impacted by disasters across the country. It will allow FEMA, the SBA, and the other critical federal agencies to continue their disaster relief work as we work to pass a longer-term funding agreement. But if radical House Republicans shut down the government, that funding will be held up indefinitely. My colleague, Representative Jill Takuda of Hawaii, summed it up well just yesterday in her testimony before the House Energy and Commerce Committee. She said the people of Maui have gone through enough. The wheels of government must keep turning to provide the support and resources so they focus on recovery and rebuilding, end quote. By forcing a government shutdown, Speaker McCarthy will be abandoning the people of Maui, the very same people he vowed to help just weeks ago when he visited Maui. We are less than 48 hours from Republicans shutting down our government, and they have yet to even put forward a funding bill that they can pass. It's unconscionable. While these remarks are focused on the impact of a shutdown on disaster aid, make no mistake, a Republican government shutdown will have negative consequences for millions of Americans, not just in disaster relief, but on every aspect of their lives all across our country. This is not a game. We all want to know what it's going to take for House Republicans to grow up and realize that the chaos they are sowing is going to have real impacts on real people's lives all across the country. Meanwhile, the Hawaii delegation, as well as the bipartisan Senate, will continue doing everything we can to keep government open by passing the continuing resolution that we have on deck in the Senate and secure the funding for our communities, funding that is so urgently needed. Mr. President, I yield back.
Mr. President.
Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, I rise today to speak about the Senate's need to swiftly confirm pending U.S. Attorney nominees. 2 days ago, I came to the floor to request unanimous consent for the Senate to take up and confirm 4 pending U.S. Attorney nominations that were being held up by one United States Senator, the junior senator from Ohio, Senator Vance. And 2 days ago, he said, and I quote, "My position is we should have a full Senate vote on each of these Justice Department nominations." He also said, quote, "If it's so important to confirm these folks, bring them to a floor for a vote." But now that's exactly what he is attempting to prevent today. For decades, the Senate confirmed U.S. Attorney nominees of both political parties by voice vote, or what is called unanimous consent in the Senate, after they had been reported by the Judiciary Committee. Before the beginning of the Biden administration, the Senate had not required a roll call vote in confirmation of a U.S. Attorney since 1975, almost 50 years. In fact, during the Trump administration, Senate Democrats allowed every one of Trump's U.S. Attorney nominees, all 85, to move through the committee and be confirmed by a voice vote, unanimous consent. Let me tell you, as a Democrat in those days, I knew what I was getting with these U.S. attorneys. Working for Jeff Sessions, Attorney General Jeff Sessions, and William Barr, I knew what was going to happen. But I respected the tradition of the Senate. Now Senate Republicans have decided to change the rules and are blocking the confirmation of these critical law enforcement officers. I've faced this before. Republicans have said they're going to object to U.S. attorneys, but fortunately had better thoughts on the subject as time progressed. Now this year, the senator from Ohio has proudly announced that he will, I want to quote him exactly here, "I will hold all DOJ nominations. We will grind the Justice Department to a halt." Grind the Justice Department to a halt. U.S. attorneys are too important to be used as political pawns in a national debate. They lead our nation's effort to prosecute violent criminals. Don't tell me that you're for law and order, but you want to stop criminal prosecutors from being appointed to the job. They lead our nation's effort to protect our communities from drug trafficking. I quoted some numbers the other day about drug trafficking and fentanyl deaths in the state of Ohio, the state where one of these U.S. attorneys would be going to work in the Cleveland area. Ohio ranks 4th in the nation in narcotics deaths. And for the Senate to respond by one senator from Ohio stopping the appointment of a criminal prosecutor to go after these cartels and drug gangs is not explainable. So I offered Senator Vance the opportunity to allow us to schedule confirmation votes on all pending U.S. attorneys. I want to read exactly what he said from the congressional record, which of course is the permanent record of the Senate and will be read by future generations. This is on September 27th, 2 days ago. Here's what Senator Vance said. "I'm the new guy, and I recognize I'm a little naive when it comes to matters of the procedures of the United States Senate. But I've had a lot of jobs in my life, and yesterday we passed 1 vote, and today we have passed 0 votes. The time that we have spent debating whether we should have unanimous consent over these nominations, we could actually use to vote on these nominations and end this charade and call it for what it is. If we believe that these nominees must go forward, let's just have a vote on it. Allow me to scrutinize them. Allow my colleagues to vote them up or down. That is totally a reasonable thing to do, to ask of this chamber and to ask of this leadership, and because of that, I object." Well, I accepted his challenge. I took his words to be heartfelt and truthful, that he wanted votes. And so today we had 2 votes on 2 of the U.S. attorneys, considered by the Senate, exactly what the senator from Ohio asked for. But there are 2 more on the calendar that he held up initially. He said on the floor during our debate, these weren't people he was necessarily objecting to, but somebody else in the Senate might be objecting to them. I didn't know what that meant, but I wanted to give him the time to find out who that might be. It turns out there is no one else. He's the only objector, even though he said on the record, in the congressional record, that all he wanted was a roll call vote on these nominees. Well, he's going to get a chance to keep his word that he put in the congressional record, and he's going to get a chance to have the vote that he asked for. Only fair. We did it for the first two, we'll do it for the others. Let me repeat again, Senator Vance has not only refused to move these nominees by voice vote, as the Senate has done for decades, he is now backtracking on his own words from 2 days ago and refusing even to allow roll calls on these nominees. This kind of obstructionism is becoming commonplace, I'm afraid. If you take a look at this executive calendar that we have here, there are pages and pages of military officers who have served this country nobly and honorably, who are asking for a simple promotion they're entitled to. They're being held up by another Republican senator who doesn't want to move forward on this, holding them for 6 months from promotion. Is this the new way of doing business under the MAGA regime? I hope not. Rebecca Lutzko was nominated to be U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Ohio. She's a longtime federal prosecutor who has served as Assistant U.S. Attorney in the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Ohio for nearly 18 years. As a federal prosecutor, she handles cases involving prescription drug trafficking, gun crimes, and corruption. Important? You bet it is. April Perry, nominated to be U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois, significant experience in the private sector and as a federal prosecutor. She served the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Illinois for over a decade, where she handled narcotics, gang violence, public corruption, and fraud. Important? You bet it is. Ms. Perry specialized in child exploitation prosecutions, spent 6 years as the office's Project Safe Childhood Coordinator. Are you concerned, as I am, about the exploitation of children, the trafficking of children, the terrible sexual abuse that's taking place on the internet? Do you think we ought to have the Department of Justice on that case? Of course we should. 1 week ago, Senator Vance was quoted as saying, "My objection is not to the specific qualifications of these particular individuals that have been nominated." So here he is, not complaining about any of their resumes or capacity to do the job and do it effectively. His concern, and he said it publicly, so I think I'm going to accurately quote him, his concern that his former president of the United States was indicted. And he's very concerned about a Department of Justice that would even let that happen. For goodness sakes, things happen during the Department of Justice activity under the administration of Donald Trump that I objected to. But I didn't stop the appointment of U.S. attorneys under Trump. I didn't stop the people in law enforcement who were keeping us safe in our communities. These are eminently qualified individuals. And clearly, I'm asking Senator Vance, in good faith, keep your word. What you said in the congressional record is a matter of record, and you should stand by your word. And for that reason, I make the following motion. I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the following nominations on block, calendar 314 and 315, that the Senate vote on the nominations on block without intervening action or debate, that if confirmed, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action, and the Senate resume legislative session.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
Senator from Ohio.
Madam President, reserving the right to object, let me address a few of my distinguished colleague from Illinois' comments. First of all, while it is true that my hold policy regarding the Department of Justice is not focused on any particular nominee, I do think this particular nominee is particularly troublesome, and let me just talk about why. Ms. Perry is a figure who served as Chief Ethics Officer in the Cook County State Attorney's Office during the Jussie Smollett hate crime hoax. We may remember that from a few years ago. This is when a person accused people of engaging in a false hate crime, took a ton of state resources to investigate it, and it turned out the entire thing was fraudulent, meant to gin up publicity for Mr. Smollett. Now, everyone pretty much agrees that Ms. Fox, who was the state attorney at the time, engaged in some pretty unethical behavior, and Mrs. Perry effectively rubber-stamped it. Is this the sort of person who could be trusted to impartially administer justice in the Biden-Garland Department of Justice? I don't think that she is. So I'll be voting against her nomination, and I also object to giving a streamlined confirmation process for her. Now, the senator from Illinois is apparently hell-bent on coming before the chamber every single week to litigate what I think and believe is a corrupt and politicized Department of Justice. He makes much, and he makes much every single time we engage in this exercise, about the fact that the Department of Justice has never had this kind of hold policy placed on it before. I agree, this is a new and unique circumstance. What is much different about the Trump administration Department of Justice and the Merrick Garland, Joe Biden Department of Justice is Donald Trump never tried to throw his political opponents in prison. This is crazy banana republic stuff, and I will not stand for it. I will continue to hold these nominations. I will continue to push back against the politicization of justice. And finally, let me just say, what I have asked for and what I will continue to ask for is that these nominees go through regular order. The senator knows well what everybody else knows, that as one senator, I cannot prevent the confirmation of these nominees, however much I might like to. What I can do is force us to go through regular order. I ask for a vote, Senator Durbin. You can invoke cloture. We can vote on cloture. We can then do a recorded vote. That is what we have done with many, many nominees, and because of the corruption in Merrick Garland's Department of Justice, it's what I ask with this nominee and with any in the future. Because of that, Madam President, I object.
Objection is heard.
Madam President, it is interesting now we've got a new argument. Previously, he said, I have no objection to these nominees. I just don't like the process. I want to vote. We said, fine, you can have a vote. Now when we ask for a vote on the two remaining nominees for U.S. Attorney, he's finding fault with them as individuals. I hope he'll take the time, and I know he's a fair person, to read the record about what Ms. Perry did when she worked for State's Attorney Kim Foxx. It is true there was a controversial case before her office, and that she was the chief ethics officer in the Cook County State's Attorney's Office. She served in that office at the time the Jussie Smollett matter was being investigated. But Ms. Perry's role as chief ethics officer was limited to recommending that the State's Attorney Foxx recuse herself and the office seek appointment of a special prosecutor. Notably, Ms. Perry resigned from that office a few weeks after the prosecutors initially agreed to drop the charges against Mr. Smollett. She has never been implicated, and to throw her name into this situation is unfair. I'm sure the senator from Ohio does not want to do that. So listen to what he suggests. I'm glad that Senator Reed's on the floor, chairman of the Armed Services Committee. Sound familiar? Here we have a group of people, nominees that have come before us, have been considered throughout history in a routine, unanimous consent way. And now the senator from Ohio says we're going to go one by one and have a cloture motion on each one of them. You and I both know, having been here a few years, what that means. It's physically impossible, whether we're talking about officers in the military or U.S. attorney nominees, to say, well, just stack them up on the calendar and go through cloture votes. And it's unnecessary. If we didn't single out a single U.S. attorney nominee in the Trump administration, but gave voice votes to all 85, it's an indication of an effort at goodwill and bipartisanship, even when we're suspicious of what the political agenda may be of that department. To hold some of these people, the U.S. attorney for his own home state and the city of Cleveland, to hold this person to this kind of scrutiny that goes way beyond anything that we usually have been involved in is unfair to her, and it's unfair to the process and the system. I am going to return to the floor. The senator from Ohio and I are going to be pretty familiar fixtures on this floor, because if he says something in the congressional record as he did, all we want's a roll call, and we offer a roll call just as I did, and he denies it over and over, he has some explaining to do. And if he thinks that standing up for the MAGA order of process here is something the American people admire, I beg you to differ with him. We understand that the Department of Justice has an important job to do to keep us safe in our communities. And for someone to say, the senator from the United States Senate to say, I will hold all DOJ nominations. We will grind the Justice Department to a halt. Really? That's your agenda? And that's why you came to the Senate? If the Department of Defense is being ground to a halt because of the promotion of officers, and to do the same thing in the Department of Justice, and we're facing a government shutdown over MAGA members of the House of Representatives, the American people have a good picture, a good photograph of the future if we go down one particular path in terms of the future in politics in America. I yield the floor.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Madam President, I rise to pay tribute to our colleague Dianne Feinstein, who passed away, as we all know, this morning. As California's senior senator and the longest-serving woman senator ever, Senator Feinstein was a trailblazer. Everyone has made that point, and it is a true, accurate, and compelling point. And representing the country's most populous state for over 3 decades, she occupied the national stage as well. And for many people inside and outside this chamber, she became the archetype of senator: prepared, professional, pragmatic, and unfailingly civil. Californians rewarded her hard work by voting for her by wider and wider margins. And she fought hard for things she believed in, and very often succeeded. But she never bullied or belittled those who took a contrary position. Her achievements are many. The enactment of the federal assault weapons ban in 1994, the 6-year review of the CIA's detention and interrogation program, which prompted significant reforms in the intelligence community. She was a leader in the reauthorization of the Violence Against Women Act, and she delivered for the people of California, enacting laws to protect public lands and national treasures, doing the hard work to bring stakeholders together to resolve thorny issues and complex environmental challenges in her home state. And she led on national environmental issues, including legislation to improve the fuel economy of automobiles. I had the privilege and the pleasure to get to know her. We were both members of the Aspen Study Group. This is an organization sponsored by the Aspen Institute of both right and left thoughtful national security policy people. I was very honored to be asked. Dianne was a long-term member. And to listen to her insights, to listen to her analysis, along with other very thoughtful people, was incredibly helpful to me, particularly as a more junior member of the Senate. And of course, her hospitality, her friendship, her decency just was so apparent there as it was here on the floor of the United States Senate. In fact, as we look back, Madam President, there's a very simple fact here that Dianne Feinstein influenced in some way every major policy challenge that this body and this nation has faced over 30 years. With her voice, with her vote, with her counsel, with her wisdom, with her unfailing commitment to the people of California and the people of the United States. She literally never gave up. She never stopped serving. And she is someone that will be remembered truly as one of the greatest United States senators in the history of this country. It was a privilege to serve with her, and on this day, I wish her family and all her loved ones the comfort of knowing what an extraordinary woman, what an extraordinary senator Dianne Feinstein was. With that, Madam President, I would yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Washington State.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, Americans across the country are watching us now as we near the brink of an entirely pointless and absolutely devastating government shutdown and wondering, how in the world did we get here? It is a great question and an infuriating one. So I want to take a few minutes to walk through exactly how we did get here. Because the plain truth I want the American people to recognize is it did not have to be this way. But a number of House Republicans have been working from day one of this Congress to hold our government hostage, push the most extreme partisan agenda imaginable, and set us on a collision course for a government shutdown. And you don't have to take my word for it. Just listen to what some of them have been saying. Quote, if a shutdown occurs, then so be it. Quote, we should not fear a government shutdown. It's, quote, not the worst thing that could happen. And this quote, maybe what it takes. And last week, of course, former President Trump, the same guy responsible for the longest shutdown in history, called for Republicans to shut down the government again. And unfortunately, it sure seems like these are the sorts of people Speaker McCarthy has been listening to, the most extreme fringe voices in his party, when he should be listening to the overwhelming majority of people in our country who do not want a shutdown. Because, let's be clear, most members of Congress, like most Americans, on both sides of the aisle here, in both chambers of Congress, do not want a government shutdown. They do want to see us working together to get our jobs done. And this is something I've heard from so many of our colleagues when I became chair of the Senate Appropriations Committee at the beginning of this year. We need to get back to regular order. No more omnibuses, no more chaos, no more government shutdowns. I heard it from across both parties here in the Senate. And so I've been working with the senior senator from Maine to deliver on just that, to make our appropriations process work better, to get our bills done, and to ensure that all members do have a say in the process. We've made some concrete progress, but over and over, extreme Republicans in the House have put up roadblocks and done everything they can to prevent Congress from getting even the most basic things done. The vice chair of the Appropriations Committee and I held nearly 50 hearings this past spring to evaluate what resources our communities need in the year ahead. But then, instead of being able to get right to work and negotiate top-line spending numbers and writing those bills as we finished those hearings this spring, we had to press pause to contend with extreme Republicans who were then holding our nation's credit hostage and threatening a devastating default if they did not get their way with unrealistic, draconian cuts to a program that this entire country relies on. It was a full-blown crisis. It was created by extreme House Republicans who ground Congress and almost our economy to a halt. Finally, after their dangerous brinksmanship caused so much unnecessary drama and delay, President Biden and Speaker McCarthy struck a deal on spending levels that rejected the deepest, most damaging cuts. Now, it was not a deal I would have written myself, absolutely not. But a deal is a deal. The Speaker and the President shook hands. We all voted on it. It was signed into law. We had an agreement. So we here in the Senate could finally get to work writing our bipartisan spending bills. And in the Senate, that is exactly what we did. The senior senator from Maine and I said, okay, let's get things back on track. Let's get back to regular order. Let's write serious bills that can actually be signed into law. And we agreed to work off that Biden-McCarthy deal in a bipartisan way to avoid partisan poison pills and give all of our colleagues input on those bills. We held televised bipartisan markups with amendments, with debate, and for the first time in 5 years, we passed all 12 bills out of the committee, and those bills passed overwhelmingly with bipartisan support. We then got a resounding 91 votes to start work on 3 appropriations bills that passed unanimously out of committee here on the Senate floor. And as we know, a few holdouts slowed things down, but I want you to know we are going to keep working together to return to regular order so members can debate appropriation bills and offer amendments, and we can get them passed. Now compare that to the House. Did they work to produce serious bipartisan appropriations bills that can be signed into law? Nope. They wrote extreme partisan bills, extreme, that are not going anywhere. Did they keep out provisions they knew would be non-starters? Absolutely not. Their appropriations bills are a far-right wish list chock full of extreme policies that would undermine our response to the climate crisis, embolden bigotry against the LGBTQ community, weaken common sense gun safety regulations, and of course, impose extreme abortion restrictions. I mean, the list of extreme far-right policies that were slapped onto government spending bills in the House is astounding. If you want to get something done for your constituents, you need to get serious, and those bills are not serious. And did House Republicans at least stick to the bipartisan top lines that President Biden and Speaker McCarthy agreed to and we all voted on? Not even in the slightest. Before the ink was dry on that deal that he shook hands on, Speaker McCarthy caved to demands from the far right to ignore those agreed upon spending levels and take a hatchet to programs that our families rely on. In those spending bills, House Republicans want to cut 80%, 80%, that's $14.7 billion from Title I funding our public schools rely on. It supports nearly 90% of our nation's school districts. And that includes rescinding funding that Congress provided last year that schools have worked into their budgets and are using for this school year. They want to cut grants that keep our drinking water safe by more than half. They want to slash nearly $4 billion from life-saving research at the NIH. In the middle of a child care crisis, they want to cut Head Start by $750 million and eliminate funding to help our states expand preschool programs. I'm just getting started. I could go on all day with the devastating cuts House Republicans have jammed into their partisan spending bills with utter disregard for that agreement that we all passed a few months ago, and more importantly, for how harmful those cuts would be for folks back home. Those cuts would hollow out federal programs and agencies to a point where basic government services that people expect to get done, whether it's food safety inspectors or air traffic controllers, would almost certainly break down. I don't say all of this, Madam President, to score political points. I am laying the facts out to make them plain to the American people, who I am sure are just as frustrated as I am about how pointless it would be to shut down and how ridiculous it is that we are even at this point today. So here we are, days from a government shutdown, and it is clearly the only way Congress can keep the lights on and avoid a terrible shutdown is the bipartisan bill to continue funding and keep things open short-term while we work on those full-year bills. And the House isn't even trying to put together a serious proposal to do that. Here in the Senate, the senior senator from Maine and I have a simple bipartisan bill that keeps the government funded so we can continue to work on our full-year appropriations bills. It includes absolutely essential, time-sensitive reauthorizations for the FAA and other agencies, and it extends urgently needed funding for disaster relief and our allies in Ukraine. It is a truly reasonable, bipartisan bill, carefully negotiated. And we are working at this very moment with our colleagues to get this bill over to the House as soon as possible. But so far, Speaker McCarthy seems to be more focused on indulging a few members by writing bills with massive cartoon villain level cuts instead of listening to the American people and avoiding this shutdown. And after wasting all that time on his partisan bills, which will never become law, He tried to jam through a truly extreme CR that would have cut agencies by 30%, 30%, as if a 30% shutdown isn't devastating to our families and economies. They need to get real. If it were to become law, that extreme proposal would have been devastating for families and for our country. Whether it's the Social Security Administration, who is working to get seniors signed up to new benefits, Department of Education, who is working to process Pell Grants and financial aids for students, those agencies and so many others would have had to figure out this Monday how to implement a 30% across-the-board cut if their bill had passed. This Monday. Their bill would grind basic government services to a halt. It would create chaos and almost certainly make the odds of a recession likely. As we just saw a while ago, that bill, fortunately, went down in the House in flames because it was not bipartisan. And it was not a serious effort to get our communities the funding they need. So the lesson here should be obvious. Partisanship is not how we get through crisis, any of them, especially in a divided government. It is not how we prevent shutdowns. We prevent shutdowns by rolling up our sleeves, doing the hard work of talking to each other, listening to each other, hammering out a bipartisan agreement to keep the lights on. And fortunately, that's what we've actually done here in the Senate. We have a bipartisan agreement. We are on our way to sending it to the House as soon as possible. Good news, it's not too late for Speaker McCarthy to learn his lesson and do the right thing. So I hope instead of listening to the likes of former President Trump or the extreme right and continuing to push a bill like he just did that failed so badly, the Speaker needs to listen to all of the people who will be hurt by this shutdown, who will miss their paychecks, who will be cut off from health care and child care and support they rely on. And then I hope he will commit to bringing up our common sense CR bills to the floor as soon as possible. Madam President, let us get our jobs done. Let's keep the government open. And then, instead of retreating back to partisan extreme, I urge Speaker McCarthy to do what so many of our members on both sides of the aisle here in the Senate have called for and work together with our colleagues to find common ground and produce serious proposals that will make people's lives better. Politics isn't a game. Sometimes you just choose to do the right thing because you know quite clearly what the right thing is to do. Shutting down government is not the right thing. Refusing to work in a bipartisan way and forcing us into a showdown to show certain members of the House Republican majority that you will fight Democrats, that's the wrong thing. The American people don't want to see you fight the other party. They want to see you work with your colleagues across the aisle. Madam President, that is what we have done in the Senate with our 12 bipartisan funding bills. And the sooner we take a shutdown off the table, the sooner we can get back to work to pass those 12 bills that fund everything from cancer research to grants for our farmers to top-notch medical care for our veterans and so much more. So, Madam President, as I've said so many times, let's help people and solve problems. Let's work together, not against one another. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
and I hope someday we will have the votes to do that. Because she just believed that nobody should face discrimination. Everybody should have an equal opportunity to thrive here in the United States of America. We also served together for many years on the Appropriations Committee and the Rules Committee. She was a persistent voice in this last couple years, time and time again, calling for better pay for our federal wildland firefighters. Now, that particular issue is so essential because of the fires we're facing in the West, and no one raised it as often or as passionately as she did, and as a result, we won that pay raise. And I know that she would be insisting, if she was here today, that make sure that pay rate is sustained in any continuing resolution that we might pass in the next couple of days. She knew how essential that was out west, that we have firefighters, wildland firefighters, who can work year-round and be paid decently, so we actually are there on the job. I was proud to co-sponsor her legislation this year, the West Coast Ocean Protection Act, to prohibit the exploration, development, and production of oil off the West Coast, a mutual concern of those off the West Coast, that our coast and our multiple fisheries, our crabbing, our whiting, our shrimp, our salmon, our groundfish are not damaged by oil, that our shoreline is not damaged by oil. Essential, she felt, that we preserve the health of our oceans against the potential damage from drilling off the coast. In fact, she was a strong voice in this broader conversation about climate change. She understood climate chaos and how the changing temperatures are affecting us in so many different ways. At one point, when we were serving on the Appropriations Committee together, I had a simple amendment that supported our international obligation to help fund the international or the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And we had a deal between legislators on both sides of the aisle that we'd simply hold a voice vote because legislators across the aisle felt it should be passed, but they knew anything that related to climate was so controversial, and they didn't want to bring that controversy into the discussion about honoring a treaty obligation. So the agreement was to pass it by voice vote, and when I proposed the amendment, Senator Dianne Feinstein spoke up. I hadn't filled her in on the background, and she said, "This issue is about climate. It's so important, we should hold a recorded vote." I probably went a little bit pale because I wasn't sure as a recorded vote that we could vote to honor our international agreement. But fortunately, and just by a single vote, we did. So it worked out, but it just shows her commitment to having a public discussion, public votes, public accountability to take on this incredibly significant challenge that we have faced with the changing climate. Senator Feinstein helped open the doors of the Senate to so many other women legislators. She took weapons off the street. She believed torture was un-American and unacceptable, and those who are responsible must be held accountable. She raised vehicle emission standards and protected so many of California and America's beautiful outdoor spaces for future generations, including the interest she had in protecting Lake Tahoe. Yesterday, Senator Feinstein, who did so much to open this government to so many, cast her final vote in the U.S. Senate. It was a vote to keep this government open. Keep the American government serving the American people. She lived an exceptional life, a life dedicated to public service. She has left behind an enormous public legacy, a legacy of tenacity, a legacy of and willingness to build bridges across the aisle to solve problems. I hope that many of us can just hope to do as well. My thoughts are with her daughter, Catherine, and her granddaughter, Eileen. It was an honor and privilege to serve with Senator Dianne Feinstein here in the U.S. Senate. Thank you. And I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
The senator from Wyoming. Call. We're in a quorum call.
So how do I get us out of quorum call?
You have to ask to have it officiated.
Vitiate. Madam President, I ask to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I'm honored to have had my first term in the United States Senate coincide with Dianne Feinstein's time here in this Senate. When I learned this morning that she had passed away, the longest-serving woman in the United States Senate, 2 words came to my mind: patience and kindness. The Bible says that love is patient and kind. Senator Feinstein and I disagreed on policy much of the time, but never regarding patience and kindness. Dianne Feinstein was unfailingly kind. She was particularly kind to other women senators. She was the first to invite other women senators to dinner, to lead our gatherings, and to focus our attention on things that are good for all Americans without regard to political ideology. As someone who arrived in the Senate the same week as January 6th, that day set the tone for many of my first months in the U.S. Senate. But that day never set the tone for my relationship with Senator Dianne Feinstein. My conversations with her, from beginning to end, were unfailingly cordial and kind. Particularly poignant were my observations of the relationship between Senator Feinstein and her colleague from California, Senator Alex Padilla. The conversations I enjoyed with Senator Feinstein and Senator Padilla displayed his admiration and respect for his senior Senate colleague based on a years-long working relationship going back to his internship for her, and his importance to her is on display on the beautiful artwork she created for him. That was a beautiful California duo. I know that Senator Padilla will do her honor in becoming California's senior senator. So I conclude with positive memories of Dianne Feinstein, senator, colleague, and hopefully for both of us, friend. And that's a lovely way to set the tone for political opposites going forward. If patience and kindness is what love is, then that is also what Senator Dianne Feinstein is. Senator Dianne Feinstein is love. I salute her service, and I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The senator from Wisconsin.
Madam President, I'm glad you're presiding.
Senator, we're in a quorum call.
Oh, I ask that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm very glad that you've taken the chair to preside, because I want to talk about something I think is kind of near and dear to your heart. This is something that I passed in the Homeland Security Government Affairs Committee of the Senate back in 2019, and this was passed with bipartisan support. I'm talking about a bill called Preventing Government Shutdown Act. Following passage, I wrote an article in the Wall Street Journal, and I just want to read the first 2 paragraphs of that column published on September 22nd, 2019. If the legislature in my home state, my home state of Wisconsin, fails to pass next year's appropriation bills, we don't shut government agencies down. We fund them at the previous year's appropriation levels. Doesn't that make sense? That common sense approach should apply in Washington, but it doesn't. By the time I arrived in 2011, Congress's appropriation process was completely broken. It still is. The U.S. has since had, this is as of September 2019, the U.S. has since had 3 government shutdowns, passed 34 continuing resolutions to avoid shutdowns, raised or suspended the debt ceiling 9 times, and again, this was just 4 years ago, increased the federal debt $8.5 trillion. So here we are, a couple days before the end of the fiscal year, 4 years later. Our debt, by the way, has more than doubled. It stands at $33 trillion now, and we're facing a shutdown. Isn't this ridiculous? There's no reason for this. Again, back in June of 2019, I tasked my committee members. I said, okay, I want to pass a bill that will end all government shutdowns forever. Take it off the table. Now, there have been a number of bills designed to do that offered in both chambers, both the House and the Senate. I had 4 members of the committee have their own bills. The bill I selected to debate, mark up, and pass was one offered by Senator James Langford and Maggie Hassan. I chose that bill because one bill actually increased spending, one bill decreased spending, but the Hassan-Langford bill did what we do in Wisconsin. You don't shut an agency down, you don't shut the government down, you just keep spending at last year's level until the legislature can get its act together and appropriate the funds. So that bill that I chose, that we passed, by the way, on a bipartisan basis, I believe every Democrat senator on the committee voted for it, because Senator Hassan, Senator Langford did a good job of coming together on a bipartisan fashion. They put some disciplines in there. But what it does, it just creates rolling 14-day CRs with those disciplines. Members can't travel back on the government dime. You only have a 24-hour shutdown, I believe. There are other disciplines there that put pressure on the process to get our act together and start appropriating bills. If you don't get it done in the first 14 days, you have another 14-day CR and another 14-day CR until we complete the appropriation process. Again, not an efficient way of doing things. I think the reason most members say that they don't want to shut down the government is we realize it's a very inefficient process and it hurts people. It hurts people. So why haven't we passed this in the last 4 years? Why haven't some of these other preventing government shutdown acts passed in the past? Why not? It's ridiculous we haven't done it yet. The result, by the way, has been what this chart demonstrates. Again, I already mentioned we're at $33 trillion in debt. It's very important to recognize how out of control spending is here in Washington, D.C. When we were debating the omnibus as of last year, I asked my Republican colleagues in a Senate lunch, I said, anybody know how much the federal government is going to spend this year? I didn't get any answers. Now, maybe somebody knew, but they didn't volunteer an answer. I went out and I asked the Washington Press Corps, the folks that are supposed to be reporting on this to our constituents, to the American public. Anybody know how much the federal government spent last year? I think I got a couple answers. Well, it was over $1 trillion. Well, that's true in terms of discretionary spending, less than 30% of the budget. By the way, I granted them immediate absolution. I said, I wouldn't expect you to know how much the federal government spends in total because we never talk about it. Think of it. The federal government is the largest financial entity in the world. And in December of 2022, the people I were asking, people who should have known this, had no idea what in total the federal government spent. Well, the answer was about $6.2 trillion. Well, let me put that in context, and that's what this chart shows. I know the numbers are pretty small, so I'll describe them. This column is fiscal 2019 year spending. This is the fiscal year before the pandemic and the pandemic recession. This column is this fiscal year, FY23's estimate of spending. So we don't have hard figures yet, but we got a pretty good idea of what we're going to be spending. Just 4 years ago, in fiscal year 2019, total federal government spending was $4.446 trillion, $4.4 trillion. Let me put that in perspective. In 2002 was the first time we passed the Rubicon of spending over $2 trillion in total. 17 years later, it took us 17 years later to more than double that to $4.4 trillion. This fiscal year that we're closing out in a couple days, we'll spend over $6.3 trillion. We're spending $1.9 trillion more this year than we spent just 4 years ago. This is completely out of control. By the way, if you'd put us on a baseline based on just population growth and inflation, in other words, take out the massive out-of-control spending during the pandemic and just put us on a reasonable baseline, last year we would have spent a little more than $5 trillion. But in the debt ceiling deal, which, by the way, didn't raise the debt ceiling by a given amount, what House conservatives basically gave the Speaker to negotiate $1.5 trillion, we've done one of these Washington games of just suspending the debt ceiling. That'll probably result in a debt ceiling increase of about $4 trillion, which will accommodate this massive, massive deficit spending. So again, just to repeat, 4 years ago, $4.4 trillion. 4 years later, almost $6.4 trillion. A deficit of over 1.9, well, no, that's an increase of more than $1.9 trillion, and the deficit this year will be somewhere between $1.7 and $2 trillion. We need to get this under control. But I want to make an important point here. As dysfunctional as Washington, D.C. is, and it is grotesquely dysfunctional, I come from the private sector. This would not happen in the private sector. You wouldn't take 72, 73% of what you spend in your private sector budget and say, that's on automatic pilot. We're never going to look at that. We're only going to look at 27% of the budget and try and control that. And that's basically what we're doing here with discretionary spending this year. 27%, we'll focus on that and we'll ignore 73% and let it grow out of control. But again, this is a well-honed process. This isn't, it's dysfunctional, but the process is in place, and it's a well-honed process to mortgage our children's future. And we're witnessing that process. I bet this is my 13th year. I think every year at least a shutdown has been threatened, as we're threatening this one. Again, disquieting people, worrying people. Because if a shutdown does occur, people will be hurt. We could avoid it. But this well-honed process is playing out as it has ever since I've arrived here. It's basically you don't do appropriation bills, not the House, not the Senate. You might start the charade like we did this year, start passing them in this chamber in September, a few weeks before the fiscal year. Obviously, you don't have enough time to pass all of them. So then you threaten a government shutdown. You predict calamity. And then you load onto a continuing resolution spending that may or may not be controversial. It's not where you increase spending. It's not where you put supplemental spending. But that's what we do. So it becomes controversial, and all of a sudden, here you are threatening a shutdown. Now, the proposal on the table right now in the Senate is, let's do a CR with some controversial spending, and we'll have that CR end the day before Thanksgiving recess. Put a little pressure on our members just in case we can get our act together, come up with either a couple massive minibuses or just one massive omnibus to drop in everybody's desk, and if they want to go home for recess, you better pass that thing. Now, my guess is probably won't be able to get that done in time, and so we'll end up with another CR. This one will probably be scheduled to expire on, I don't know, pick a date. My guess would be December 23rd or December 24th. Same process. That's what happened last year. And then we get, again, dropped on our desk about a 2,000-plus page bill. Nobody has time to read it other than the people who wrote it. And you get the Hobson's choice, vote yes or no. The problem with that, in addition to just the grotesque dysfunction of it, is the individual appropriation bills do not get the scrutiny that they deserve. If you bring up every appropriation bill, 12, and you got to start somewhere around May. Bring up each individual appropriation bill. Now you can actually scrutinize it. The public can see it. We can offer amendments. Again, it's not a panacea. I'm not going to say it's going to completely stop this runaway spending train, but it'll be some constraint. It'll restore some function to this very dysfunctional place. So again, what I've been pushing for 4 years, and it's one of the reasons I withheld my consent on the minibus, and I appreciate the fact that the chairman and ranking member of the Appropriations Committee were willing to work with me and offer me an amendment on a minibus to try and get a vote and maybe pass Preventing Government Shutdown Act, but again, other people were objecting. We haven't got that vote yet. So here we are a couple days before a shutdown. We need to do something. The House is having, obviously, a difficult time coming up with a solution. The Senate may pass something that really has no chance of passing in the House. I think we have to be honest about that. So again, in order to prevent a government shutdown, what we ought to do is do something that people agree on. Rather than try and use this moment to jam something through that people don't all agree with, let's try and pass something people agree with, which is a bill that will prevent a government shutdown. Now, I've chosen a 14-day clean CR because that's pretty much the structure of the Preventing Government Shutdown Act. Rolling 14-day CRs, giving both chambers the time to act, to start passing these bills with a little more scrutiny than what minibuses or an omnibus would afford. It's a very common sense approach. It's something we all ought to agree on. It would prevent a shutdown. It would prevent pain to real people. And all we have to do is agree to do what we all say we want to do, to avoid what we all say we want to avoid, a government shutdown. So, Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of my bill, which is at the desk. I further ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
The senator from Washington.
Madam President, reserving the right to object. We can't be back here in this same situation in 2 weeks. We need a CR that gives us the actual time to get through our bipartisan spending bills. Believe me, I would love to say we can get them done in 2 weeks, but we know that's not realistic because even the 3 that passed unanimously out of my committee have run into delays, as the senator from Wisconsin knows all too well. And just as importantly, this bill does nothing to reauthorize time-sensitive programs. It does not reauthorize FAA, which means chaos for air travel. It doesn't reauthorize our community health centers and other critical primary care programs, which means that patients in our underserved areas will lose access to health care programs they need. And it doesn't protect our wildland firefighters from a drastic pay cut. It doesn't extend disaster relief funding or Ukraine aid. Madam President, we have before this body a carefully negotiated bipartisan CR that does include all of those absolutely essential policies. That has already garnered more than enough support to pass here in the Senate, and that I am confident will pass the House as soon as Speaker McCarthy actually puts it to a vote. That is where our attention needs to be, not on a slapdash bill that puts us back here in 2 weeks and completely leaves air travel and healthcare providers, firefighters, so much more in the lurch. I object.
The objection is heard. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President,
The President Pro Tem.
I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be lifted.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today at recess until 12 noon on Saturday, September 30th, following the prayer and pledge, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day and morning business be closed. That upon the conclusion of morning business, the Senate resume consideration of H.R. 3935.
Without objection, so ordered.
Madam President, if there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask it stand in recess under the previous order.
The Senate stands in recess until noon tomorrow.